This meeting will be conducted as a Zoom webinar pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. This meeting is being webcast on Comcast TV Channel 15 and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel at https://www.youtube.com/user/City of Hayward and on the city website at https://hayward.legistar.com/calendar.aspx. The mayor will call upon members of the city council, city staff, and other speakers by name and ask that they state their names before giving comments or remarks. Individuals participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. City council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand feature, and the mayor will call upon them at the appropriate time. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9, and they will be called upon by the last 4 digits of their phone number. It is requested that public speakers state their names and organizations, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received by email at list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov, city clerk at hayward-ca.gov, or via e-comment by 3 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and staff, published on the city's meeting and agenda center under documents received after published agenda, and entered into the record. Documents received after 3 p.m. through the adjournment of the meeting will be included as part of the meeting record and published the following day. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. In order to get the full Zoom experience, please make sure your application is up to date. Public members wishing to speak with the City Council can send an email to list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov or cityclerk@hayward-ca.gov.
Thank you to that voice who does such a nice job of explaining all of this, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Hayward City Council. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order and ask Councilmember Lamnon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Feel free to rise if you like and direct your attention to our city clerk's Miriam Lenz's window, or my colleague Francisco, who both have flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnon.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
I am present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you.
So that brings us to our closed session announcement, and I will turn this over for now to our city attorney, Mr. Lawson.
Mayor, if you will bear with me, I have 3 announcements starting with December 20th, 2021. Council convened in closed session at 4:30 p.m. on December 20th to discuss labor negotiations with all bargaining groups. And with all council members present, council met with its labor negotiating team. Council took no reportable action. And the meeting adjourned at 6:45 p.m. Next, Mayor, I'm going to report on last week's closed session, January 18th. And with all members present, the council convened at 5:30 p.m. The council discussed and took no reportable action regarding pending litigation, Nishioka versus City of Hayward. The city attorney and city attorney staff were recused and did not attend. Second, with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action regarding pending litigation, Sharma et al. Versus City of Hayward. 3, with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action regarding threatened or anticipated litigation involving one case. 4, with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action regarding property transactions involving the Cargill Salt Company, APN 537-751-7-1 in Newark, California. I would point out that after item number 3, the council at 6:50 p.m. adjourned in order to conduct the regular meeting, which concluded at 8:05 p.m. The council resumed the closed session at 8:10. And with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action. I reported on Cargill. 5, with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action regarding property transactions involving Caltrans Route 238 Parcel Group 5. And then the closed session then adjourned at 9:10 p.m. And then finally, tonight's closed session. The council convened in closed session tonight at 5:30 p.m. Mayor, I'll skip number 1 and then allow you to conclude with that one. Regarding Woods versus City of Hayward, which is pending litigation, council was advised by the city attorney that settlement was tentatively reached yesterday in the amount of $90,000. Anticipated litigation, one case. Council discussed facts and circumstances which might lead to the city initiating a litigation, and the council took no reportable action. And 4, regarding Caltrans Route 238 parcel groups 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9, as reflected on the posted agenda, were discussed in a single session with no members recused. After a legal analysis that no single member of the council has a conflict distinguishable from the public generally, the council took no reportable action. Going back to the first item, Mayor Halliday, will defer to you.
Yes. So item number 1 listed as public employment regarding the performance evaluations of the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk. Those are our 3 council appointed officers, and we do review their performance on an annual basis. So this was just a discussion about how this year's process will unfold over the next several months. And so that is what that was about. And the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, of course, recused themselves from that session. And the council gave some direction to staff about, moving forward with our process for this year, but took no reportable action. And with that, I think we can move on to the next item on our agenda, which is actually, I'm sorry, we did that out of order. I missed that public comments now come before. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong agenda. Okay, let's go back. I am so sorry, everyone. Okay, so now we have actually come to public comments on our agenda this evening in the right order. And so I will ask if there are any. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of any of our attendees who wish to make a public comment on, this is your opportunity to make a public comment on items that are otherwise not on our agenda this evening?
That's correct, Mayor. I'm not aware of anyone wishing to speak at this time. If you like, Mayor, I could share my screen with the information that we have in case someone wants to join the Zoom meeting.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So community members wishing to join the meeting via Zoom can follow the information on the first page of the agenda, which I have displaying on the screen right now. And so there's the information. Council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand icon. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9. With that, Mayor, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
All right. And I still don't see any hands raised.
Okay, well, then we will move on with our agenda. And the next item is comments from our city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see everyone this evening. Just wanted to make a couple quick announcements, one from the library department, and to remind everyone that the library is partnering with the Alameda County Healthcare Services Agency for the homeless program to bring medical and dental care to the downtown library. And this is occurring on the second Tuesday of every month from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The van parks on Mission Street by the library and provides free services to those who need it. The next visit is scheduled for February 8th. So just wanted to alert folks to that. And then second is a little bit longer explanation. The council just received an email about this, but the city this year is required to embark on an update to our housing element. And for those who are not familiar with what a housing element is, it is a chapter in the city's general plan that dictates how the city will develop residential housing and different housing policies and practices that the city wants to employ for the next 5-year period. This is commonly partnered with what is known as our regional housing needs allocation, or RENA, where the city is given a certain number of housing units that we have an expectation to plan for. The city does not produce housing units. Those are obviously provided by developers that are not the city, but we have to show a plan for how we could accommodate that number of units. And this also includes housing units that are affordable at low and very low income levels. So we've just kicked off this process. And we are updating both the housing element and the city climate action plan. And we would encourage members of the community to get involved and be aware of what we're doing as a part of this. And there is a website, Hayward Housing and Climate Update.com, where folks can go and get more information. There's a ton of resources on that website already, and more will show up there. Will also be where you can learn about community meetings that are coming up. There is a housing survey right now that is there that's available in English, Spanish, and Mandarin. We've also been pushing this out via our Stack newsletter and on the city's website. So just wanted to share that. And then the survey will be up through February 28th, and 5 people who complete the survey and provide contact info will receive gift certificates to local businesses. So a little incentive to do that. Again, the website is haywardhousingandclimateupdate.com, all one word. So just wanted to share that information with the mayor and council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to our action items this evening, starting with our consent calendar, items 1 through 8. Is there any member of, Councilmember Lamnon?
Thank you, Mayor. I need to make a disclosure about I believe it's item 8.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So I need to make a disclosure about item 8 that when this housing subdivision was originally approved, I had to recuse myself because I had a property conflict with this. However, since then I've moved and no longer have any conflict or financial interest anywhere near this project, and so am able to vote this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else? Are there any members of the public who wish to pull an item or talk about one of these items? If so, please raise your hand. I'm seeing no one raising their hand. So with that, I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Wahab?
I'll move the items.
Second. Marquez, second.
Okay. On the motion from Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Marquez. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño,
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
you.
And the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Thank you. All right. Now that brings us to item number 9, which is regarding unmanned aerial systems program. That is a long way of saying drone. And we're being asked to adopt a resolution and policy statement regarding the use of surveillance technologies and operational policies for the Hayward Police Department's Unmanned Aerial Systems Program. And so I think we will start this off with our city manager, Ms. McAdoo, and then we'll hear from our police chief or police department.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Chief Tony Chaplin and Deputy Chief Brian Matthews are here with me this evening to assist in this presentation. I just wanted to make one comment before we started. The Council did receive a written email comment earlier this afternoon with a request to read the comment into the record. That is not something that our city does, but the Council has received that email and it has been posted with the meeting materials. So I just wanted to alert everyone that we won't be reading that comment into the record because that is not something that we have done as part of our practices in the past. So with that, Deputy Chief Matthews, if you could start sharing the presentation, that would be great. And go to the next slide. Great. So just a couple elements. I'm going to kick it off and go over some of the background leading up to this council meeting. And then primarily I'm going to talk about the proposed council resolution and policy statement for the use of surveillance technology, which has been developed through a joint effort with the city attorney's office, my office, IT, and the police department, along with a number of other staff members. And really, this is sort of the governing statement for the city's intention for how we intend to use surveillance technologies and to ensure privacy and that we're adhering to best practices around the use of that technology. And then I'll turn it over to the chief and deputy chief to talk about the actual operations program manual, and then we'll open it up for council questions and discussion. So next slide, please. So if the council recalls, last summer, July 13th, we brought the proposed UAS drones program to the council. And at that meeting, the council gave direction to staff to develop a citywide policy statement on the use of surveillance technologies. They also directed that HPD could purchase the drones and provide an additional review of the HPD operational policy, which would include review by the police chief's community advisory panel, and then return to the council infrastructure committee for review before returning to the full council. Next slide. Following that meeting in July, staff worked diligently to work on the overarching policy statement regarding surveillance technology. Also, the police department met with the community advisory panel to review the operations manual. And then we presented this same package to the Council Infrastructure Committee on December 1st, 2021, and the committee voted unanimously to approve the item and move to the full council with a few elements of edits and direction. The first is that in the police department operations manual, that language would be incorporated in that manual that is consistent with the city's commitment to the sort of overarching goals and objectives of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And now the Deputy Chief Matthews, I think, will walk through where that language is reflected. Next slide. Or a couple other elements of direction from the CIC. And then the CIC asked that there be a standalone section added to the operations manual that would address investigations of complaints or suspected policy violations related to use of the drones. And then to also engage the Hayward Community Coalition in a dialogue on the program. Once this staff report was prepared and in draft form at the beginning of last week, so a week ago Monday, police department staff did send this information to the Hayward Community Coalition to seek feedback and input, and they indicated that they would be sending the email, which was sent earlier this afternoon, which provided feedback to the council. Next slide. So just a little bit of background on the citywide policy statement. So per the council's direction, we did prepare the citywide policy statement, which is incorporated into the resolution that's attached to the council report on the use of surveillance technologies. The city attorney, I want to just commend him and his team for doing a lot of the background research on this. We looked at a number of best practices from other agencies, from the ACLU around these policy statements on use of surveillance technology. And we wanted to recognize that there is a value in the use of these technologies in our community, but there also we need to protect the privacy and civil rights of our community members. And so the policy statement authorizes myself to issue and approve administrative regulations for all city surveillance and drone operations, and then also recommends annual reporting to council on the drones operations. And I know there's been a lot of questions about, well, what happens, if, officers use their discretion for drones, and, well, that's part of the annual reporting. Every use of the drones would have to be included in that annual report, and it gives visibility and transparency to both the community and the council to identify if drones are being used appropriately and circumstances around those uses. So that is the goal of that annual reporting. Next slide. So just generally, I'm not going to read all of the words on this slide, but basically reiterates what's in the citywide policy statement as the attachment, basically just emphasizing that as a city, we value privacy, that we will adhere to federal and state laws and require our business partners to do the same regarding privacy requirements, and that we keep and collect only the data that we need, and we work to maintain accuracy. Next slide. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Matthews, who is going to talk about the specific operations manual for the police department.
All right. Thank you, City Manager McAdoo, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present here tonight. Just an update. As the City Manager indicated, we were asked to bring back an operational policy, and that is in the form of the UAS Program Operations Manual. Just a couple of bullet points on what that is. So an operations manual is an internal document designed to provide guidance for program administration. And that's not just true of the UAS program, that's true of other programs within the police department. One of the reasons for this is that over time, equipment and personnel change. And so this document ensures consistency with how the program is run. It's also designed to provide a foundation for operational public safety needs while also meeting community expectations of privacy. And this document was certainly not created in a vacuum. In fact, Lieutenants Mark Ormsby and Corey Lenteo did extensive research in putting this document together. That included consultation with other law enforcement agencies, feedback from community conversations. They reviewed documents, including documents published by groups like the ACLU, and then the operations manual underwent a legal review by the city's own legal team. So the specific elements addressed in this operations manual are listed on this slide, and just a couple of comments. I'm not going to go through all of these either, but for the philosophy and mission statement and the protection of rights and privacy, those specific sections are included in the front end of this document, and that's by design. We want to make sure that our philosophy, our mission statement, and our individual privacy rights are at the forefront of our staff's minds as they engage in their work using this tool. Additionally, with the section covering philosophy and mission statement, one of the recommendations from the CIC was to include language consistent with the city's commitment to the GARE work that's been ongoing for several years. And so that language was added under this section. The administrative section that outlines elements of how the program is going to be run. So the program itself will be overseen by a lieutenant. That lieutenant will report directly to me, and then I will report directly to the chief of police. That's kind of the chain of command. And then it also ensures that there are regular updates and program reviews that take place internally here with internal affairs. I know one of the other recommendations that came from the meeting with the CIC was to include a standalone section that talks about engaging in administrative investigations for policy violations. That's since been added. That's actually, we pulled it out of another section and added a standalone section so that it's very, very clear that that's the direction. And then under the safety section, it outlines safe operations, and we want to ensure that there is a culture of reporting hazards here. We want to make sure that not only staff, but members of the community are safe with the use of this tool. The members of the police department have done extensive community outreach and input. I know that we met first with the CIC in 2019. And out of that meeting came a series of town hall style meetings. I know that we held them at our resource centers, and I believe one was held at Glad Tidings. We've met with the community advisory panel on 3 separate occasions and had conversations about this program, the most recent being on October 11th, 2021. We have taken into account community member and city council commentary from previous public meetings, and then staff conversations with community members during other meetings and events regarding this technology. One of the things that we wanted to make sure, and as indicated in the staff report, is that there were specific program concerns that were raised. And without going over each, in summary, privacy and Fourth Amendment were concerns that were raised. How the UAS technology will be used was a concern raised. And then program oversight was a concern that was raised, and the operations manual and the policy address each one of those. Specific concerns addressed in the operations manual and policy 610. The program, in addition to council being an oversight body for the use of this program, we are under the umbrella of the Federal Aviation Administration. They have oversight of the program. In fact, I believe that each operation has to be approved by the FAA prior to us sending the drone up. So there is a level of federal oversight that's involved in this program as well. And so next steps, tonight we're here for the full council review and recommendation on the proposed council resolution and policy statement, and also the operations manual. And if it is approved tonight, program implementation will take place with regular reporting to council. And that's the end of my presentation. I'll turn it over to Chief Chaplain for any comments that he would like to make.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Matthews. For 3 years, we've seen the goalposts move on this issue, and some of that movement was definitely justified. We've done our due diligence to ensure that there will be full transparency and accountability in the use of drones, and that any potential policy violations will be fully investigated and addressed. This has been a long and arduous process that is commonly referred to as sausage making, and at this point, I think it's done. We've carefully outlined when we would deploy drones. We have also stated in policy that we will not weaponize our drones, use facial recognition software, or conduct random surveillance of our community members. I live here in Hayward and do not want my privacy invaded either. That was the driving force for moving from a year-end report to quarterly reporting to City Council on the use of this technology. And just for reference, in our last quarterly report to Council, we requested the use of a UAS 12 times, and those were for either active incidents or planned operations. The types of calls where we requested the use of a drone from other agencies were an in-progress res burglary, 2 incidents where one felon fled from officers into a field or neighborhood, a stolen vehicle suspect who fled from officers into a neighborhood, an armed with a handgun suspect who fled from a commercial burglary when encountered by a security guard, a search for suspects who had just shot multiple community members at 2 different locations within the city limits, and 4 planned search warrant operations for wanted felons. With all that said, I think this technology is the next step in the evolution of the tech and transparency, as it is a similar technology to the body cams that we already use. Just offering a different perspective, as well as keeping our officers and residents safe in potential volatile situations. The end result will be increased safety and fewer casualties. So I appreciate the council's deep and thoughtful consideration of this matter, as we have collaborated with many to reach this critical point. I respectfully encourage the council's approval of this latest revision of the UAS Operations Policy Manual and the program as a whole. Thank you all for listening to us in our presentation tonight.
Okay, well, thank you. That was a very concise and good, concise presentation of a longer staff report and materials that we got, which were very thorough. So with that, we'll go to council questions at the moment before we go to public hearing on this item. And we will start with Council Member Zermeño.
Mayor, thank you. Captain Matthews and Chief Chaplain, thank you very much. Good report. Mayor is correct. The staff report certainly was a lot longer than this presentation. 3 quick questions. Captain Matthews, so is this correct from what you stated? An officer uses this technology, the officer then reports to a lieutenant, the lieutenant then reports to you, and then you report to the chief. That is what would happen?
Yes, that's a chain of command.
Okay. And then eventually we would receive a report of what actually happened, and that would happen once a year, correct?
I think that would happen. That would happen as often as council directs. There's documentation that has to be collected each and every time that this technology is used, and so we shouldn't have an issue reporting out.
Okay. All right. Would one of these things be used at a mass gathering?
Not as a matter of routine. I think that was a question that has come up in some of the community conversations. I think that, we all understand, that it's a constitutional right to gather and demonstrate. That's something that we as a police department will actually help facilitate and support regardless of the issue. The issue becomes, and I can cite an example for you, is when there's a security concern. And so I think we saw some of that in other cities in the Bay Area, where you have a demonstration or a protest, and then you also have a counter demonstration and a protest that quite frankly devolved into, violence and riotous behavior. And I think that would be an example where you've gone from the peaceful protest to now engaging in criminal conduct where the technology would be deployed.
Okay. And you did seek the input of the Hayward Coalition. Did you at all seek input from the Hayward concerned citizens?
We have had previous conversations with that group on this issue, yes. All right.
Okay. And my last one, is it possible to give me one possible scenario, or give us a possible scenario of its usage?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the best examples happened a couple of months ago. Some of you might have read about it in the news. It was widely covered from here to Sacramento, where there was a toddler that was abducted after a suspect shot his mother. They developed information that the suspect was possibly associated with a storage facility here in Hayward. And so they called us. We responded out because we don't have our own. We requested a neighboring agency's drone that went up over the storage facility. They identified the suspect's vehicle and were able to watch as the suspect and 2 other individuals got into it. And as they left, the officers were able to stop the car and take 3 people into custody and rescue the toddler without having to use any force and without incident. And I think, I can't think of a better example of the value that this technology brings.
and there was no need to ask anyone for permission to use that drone. It was needed at that moment. There's no need to go to a judge and say we need to use a drone or district attorney, anything like that. No.
No, the drone is the equivalent of technology that exists on a helicopter. And there is no legal requirement for a police agency to go to a judge to ask for permission to use that.
Okay.
The instance, when we need a drone for an operational purpose, right now we have to call around and ask other agencies if they have one available. And that's what happened in this case.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews?
Thank you, Mayor. I did see a letter from Hey Coco this afternoon and wanted to know, have we reviewed the possibility of having the CAP review prior to bringing it to council, the report?
The CAP did review the operations manual during our meeting in October.
I mean, the actual report, if we implement this and we have an annual report of usage, would the CAP be able to be involved in some way in reviewing the report prior?
I can answer that one. We would not have a problem with answering questions with regards to the use of it. But I know the city manager is talking about the yearly report. But in the last quarterly report we submitted to you, we outlined the uses of the drones that we borrowed from other agencies. And it was 12 times, and we kind of outlined what we use them for. Theoretically, that would be embedded at the council's pleasure in the quarterly report if needed. I know we're talking yearly, but we could also do it quarterly. As we also meet with the CAP quarterly, that report would also be accessible to them. And any questions or concerns they have, we could bring it up in that form and have a conversation and dialogue with them as well. Okay.
And then how do you define a security concern? Can we... I know in general, but is there any way we can have more defined terms for security concern as it relates to protests? Because I can see that being a slippery slope.
If there's any,
I'll let you go. Go ahead, Matthews.
I was just going to say that if there's any concern that it's going to go down the path of turning criminal, right? I mean, I think that we've seen even in our own city demonstrations that have moved from one place to another peacefully. That's not what we're talking about at all. That doesn't create a security concern. It's those that appear to be developing into an unlawful gathering where you have property damage or potential violence.
And to go a little deeper into that, Councilmember Andrews, I think we've seen where it's not the actual protesters who are peacefully protesting. Back east, we've seen people driving cars into protests and other things of that nature. And sometimes we will be afforded intelligence from another agency or a federal entity that they have information that this could occur. And if they have actual intelligence that there may be safety concerns, things that are documented, and that might be another a look we would take into dealing with something of this nature, and not necessarily monitoring a protest, but maybe the surrounding areas to make sure that someone did not drive a vehicle into a zone where they could cause harm to members of our community peacefully protesting.
I got cut off for a little bit of that, so I missed the top part of Deputy Chief Matthews' response, but I heard the rest of the Chief's response. Is there any way you can just do a 10-second recap?
Sure. I was talking about, when a gathering starts to travel down the path of becoming an unlawful assembly.
Okay.
Is the example that I gave, and the chief shared an example of intelligence from another agency that might create a concern for the people who are peacefully demonstrating.
Okay. I think I will say my comments, but I have another question, and that is regarding the program coordinator, and wanted to see that. I think that was another question that came up, if that could be defined earlier as a potential concession, I guess, for what is being proposed? Is there any way that the program coordinator can be defined a little bit more, that role?
So the role of the program coordinator, again, is a lieutenant. And it typically, the way that programs work within the police department is they have an associated assignment. The person that is in that assignment is the one that typically oversees the program. For this particular program, we have a special teams lieutenant who's charged with some of the technological solutions that we have. And so, that's kind of where the program management will take place. So whoever's in that assignment is going to be the person that, and that person is hand selected by the chief and the command staff.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to just recap a couple. My questions were already answered, but I just want to make sure that I did hear correctly. So in the staff report, it indicates that the police department, police chief, and command staff will present an annual report to the city council, which obviously is in a public forum, public meeting. There'll be written documents. But aside from that, I know that we're trying this quarterly kind of check-in. So there's nothing that prohibits updates on the use of drones being included in that report. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, as I referenced earlier, we added in the last quarterly report, we don't have a program yet, but we wanted to outline the uses for that particular quarter. And they were added to the last report, the first quarterly report.
Great. Thank you so much. And we do appreciate that insight and information. Help me understand, since staff has to receive certification through the FAA, if someone is misusing a drone, do they get involved? What are the consequences of misuse of a drone in terms of being able to actually fly the drone?
So with the FAA, and I have, I think Mark Hornsby's on the call to clarify if need be, but the FAA, so they grant us what's called a certificate of authority. It's basically almost the equivalent of a licensing to be able to fly a drone for public safety use. And so if there is misuse, obviously there's a potential that that license obviously could be revoked, which would shut the program down. And I guess in an extreme case, and I don't know how this works necessarily with the FAA, but there could be, federal ramifications, criminally or civilly, for intentional misuse.
And I would also just say, Councilmember, I would almost guarantee that if there was an incident where the community felt like the drone was misused, that the council would hear about it. And the council at any time can direct us to no longer have the drone program if it feels that the police department is not using it appropriately. And that is always an option. And so that's why the reporting quarterly and then also annually, I think that gives that visibility to it. And, the council always has that option to say, look, we tried it and this happened and we're not happy with it and we don't want to use the drones anymore. So I'll just share that as well with the council as another sort of enforcement mechanism.
So I'm understanding you saying that the license can be revoked in its entirety. It's not dependent on just an individual. The entire program can go away. Is that accurate?
Correct. If there's misuse on the part of one person, the FAA can revoke the entire agency's certificate.
Okay, thank you. And then the list of prohibited use, it's A through G. Those specific, prohibited uses, were these vetted with local jurisdictions just to see if this is the most updated, best and common practices, or are we doing something above and beyond?
Well, it's a combination of both. So kind of some of the standard bullet points are, our best practices for the industry, and we share those with other agencies that have existing drone programs. But then again, the chief made mention of facial recognition technology and those bullet points were actually, and the one about routine monitoring of a mass gathering, those were bullet points that were adopted into the policy after our conversations with the CAP. So it is a combination of both of those things.
Okay, thank you for that distinction. And I understand Hayward Concerned Citizens' involvement throughout this process. They've been very active and engaged and have attended the CIC meeting, which is the Council Infrastructure Committee. But who actually reached out to Hayward Coalition? Was that the chief and Deputy Matthews, or just the chief?
I crafted an email that we sent out. The chief was included on that, and so was the city manager. We provided the operations manual. We provided the policy 610, and in the body of the email, we included from the staff report, we included each of the concerns that have been raised throughout the process of having these conversations, and kind of the remedy and the associated document section with it. So they were provided with all of that information in preparation for tonight's meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. And let's just say hypothetically this gets approved and there was use of a drone at a large gathering. Will the council be provided in the quarterly report the justification for the suspected criminal activity?
We can do that, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. And thank you for the work on this. Few questions. Number one, so we use drones currently, as was said, by either borrowing somebody else's, or we have some drones in the city, I think, for mapping or development services issues. So for the drones, for those operations that have already happened, have there been complaints?
No, nothing that I'm aware of.
The only one that I was aware of, that I was made aware of, we had there was a music studio out in the industrial area where we had a shooting. There was over 100 rounds that were fired, and 4 people who sustained injury. We called the sheriff's department and asked to borrow their drone to help document the crime scene because it was so extensive, and that took 2 days to get that work done. And there was a call from a community member who had a concern about the drone being up in that particular instance. And we had a conversation with that individual, and they understood. A lot of the complaints that come into we just dealt with one the other day. We get complaints from community members about private drones,
right?
Not drones that are being operated by the city in any fashion, but individuals who were throwing these up in neighborhoods and doing what they want with them.
Sure. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then when I see both the staff report and the slideshow tonight, it talks about the recommendation for council to adopt the policy statement, which applies to the whole city, and the operations manual. So I'm not sure I'm tracking what policy 610, how that fits in this mix. Is that something that is completed and we're being asked to adopt, or is that just a draft, help me out?
Yeah, if I understand correctly, policy 610 is an internal departmental policy. Those are not adopted by council. It's similar to what we're working on, where the city manager creates administrative rules based on policy direction from the city council. So I think probably the terminology is a little off, because technically we don't want you to adopt the operations manual. We want you to kind of bless it, because then that gives us the ability we need to make some minor changes. We don't have to bring it back to council every time to make something in the chain of command changes, and we have to change, a paragraph. If the council adopted that, we'd have to bring back every administrative policy and operations manual each time. So what we're saying is, you approve of the framework, and here's the overarching policy statement. We're creating additional transparency for the police department's administrative policy, which we normally would not bring to council for approval.
Right.
And if I could just add that that, all of the police department's documents are living documents. There's consistent changes in the law and changes in community expectations. And I know that we're having a conversation tonight, but that doesn't mean that this is going to be the end of the dialogue on this issue. And we're certainly open to sitting down with any community group that's willing to engage on this. And so, those are documents that do have the capacity to change over time.
And Council Members Lamden, one last piece of that, to the city manager's point, this is kind of an extraordinary process where we have bundled this and brought it before this group and other groups to vet. It's given unprecedented access to look into and have say-so into how we're thoughtfully going through this process. As I said earlier, it's been 3 years in the making. So we're doing some unprecedented things to get this across the finish line and to make sure that, we do listen to the concerns and address them as much as we possibly can without basically making the program useless.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last question, I think this is for the city manager, is help me understand a little bit more about, so we do use drones in other agencies, and HFD, Fire Department, is called out in the operations manual, but not the other departments. And I'm still not seeing the sort of cross-departmental collaboration either called out in the operations manual or having a citywide operations manual that talks about all of the uses of drones. And I know there are some, how HPD would use it tactically might be different than how, public information might observe I remember we used a drone for the science rally because people actually wanted to see the number of people that were there. But it's just not, I'm not seeing the cohesiveness, and I'm not quite understanding that. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so the fire department would not adhere to the police department's operational manual. They don't have a drone yet. They have a drone that they are testing, but they have not actually deployed it. And so, they would develop their own operational policy. And basically, what I think the council's direction is an administrative rule that basically says the city manager shall approve any operational policy for other departments that want to use drone technology and will ensure that it's consistent with the council's overarching policy statement and that there will be reporting on usage. I think, because the use scenarios for the other departments are not as concerning, they're being used to videotape events or for GIS mapping purposes. I think that's why we haven't brought that administrative rule, but that was, and we don't typically bring the administrative rules that the city manager drafts and adopts internally. But basically that's what, that would look like. The department would have to develop an operational policy that would be approved by the city manager with.
Madam City Manager, you kind of drowned out there at the end.
Sorry, I don't know. There's a weird background noise. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Basically, I was just saying that each operational department would have to create their own policy or basically its own administrative rule that then the city manager would approve as long as it's consistent with the council's overarching policy statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up from council. I had a question. It's regarding 610.6. It's on page 3 of the attachment 4, the operations policies. And really what I want to know, actually page 4 of that, it's item number L under use of, under the section 610.6 use of the UAS. And it's when there is probable cause to believe that the UAS will record images of a place, thing, condition, or event, and that those images tend to show a felony has been committed or tends to show that a particular person has committed a felony. I didn't really understand what that meant. And it's of the it's one of the it's one of the listed uses. So if you could explain that.
Sure, and I think that kind of goes back to what the chief touched on, with intelligence or information-led operations, right? The key in that particular bullet point is probable cause. That's the standard that is needed by an officer to make an arrest when they have a belief that a felony was committed, even in a case where later down the road you find out that one was not. So, if, for example, another agency shares information, based on a reliable source that somebody is going to be engaging in criminal activity at a particular place or time, that's something that we could preemptively deploy in response to that, if that makes sense.
It does. I think I just don't. I think I object to the, syntactically to the word tend to show. It's more like, and that those images may show.
And if we can take the tend to language out of that section, that's not a problem at all.
Okay. I just found it confusing. I really didn't know what you were trying to say there. And I think I do now, but I don't think that is the word that I would use anyway from the English language to make it clear. But so I'm not necessarily, I don't know. I would like to see that just clarified a little bit. Okay. In the actual document. So it's that, and seeing no other questions from council members, I'm going to open public comment on this item, and we will go to our attendees. And I do see some hands raised, so we will go right to that. And the first one, I believe, Madam City Clerk, are you ready to bring people on? And the first speaker is Mike Katz-LaCobb.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mike Katz-LaCobb. Very interesting discussion on this subject. I'd like to note that what is left out of the supporting documents, including the staff report, is how will the police department or the City Council evaluate whether this drone program is successful? In the absence of criteria to determine whether the program is successful, how will anyone know whether the time and resources devoted to this program might be better used elsewhere? As with so many existing technologies, the impacts of the drone will largely be felt by marginalized people in the Hayward community. Law enforcement have a history of abusing surveillance technology and their access to data. The technology will be abused, and the proposed policy does little to attempt to prevent or detect abuse of the technology. The proposed policy is essentially the default policy provided by Lexipol, which the police have the sole discretion to modify at any time without the approval or knowledge of the City Council. What kind of oversight can be provided by Hayward's elected officials if they are not the ones determining the content of the policy and any future changes that are made to the policy? Neither the proposed policy nor the operations manual includes any requirements for annual reporting to the City Council, despite language on slides 6 and 11 of the presentation mentioning annual reporting on UAS usage. The operations manual does mention reporting to the City Council, but only, quote, as they determine necessary. If this requirement, and I use air quotes for requirement, is not documented in either of these documents, how can we be certain that it will occur? And because the annual reporting requirement is not documented, we don't know what the annual report will include. Will it include the dates that the drone was deployed, the reason why it was deployed, and whether the use of the drone was successful? The section of the policy on use of the UAS states that it can be used in situations where reasonable suspicion exists, but we know that this is a much lower standard than probable cause and will permit usage of the drone in far too many circumstances. Similarly, the policy allows usage of the drone for mass gatherings or special events where security concerns exist. Here again, the policy is far too lenient with how the drone is permitted to be used. The policy only incorporates data retention by reference to Police Department Records Retention Schedule, but that document is not provided as part of the background material for this agenda item. So the question is, how long will data be gathered by the drone be retained if it doesn't contain evidence of a crime? Finally, the suggestion that the Federal Aviation Administration would provide any meaningful oversight of Hayward's drone program is laughable at best, and at worst, disingenuous. I urge the City Council to require regular reporting and also require City Council approval of any changes to the policy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Jesse Gunn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jesse Gunn. I'm a teacher and resident in the in Hayward, and also member of Hey Coco. Now, I believe at least one of the council members was present, that is present here, was at the candlelight vigil that we had for Breonna Taylor following the announcements of no charges against the officers in her death. And you'll recall that there was police officers surveying this very peaceful protest where people stood with candles and told their stories and their experiences. If you have any doubt that there would be this drones used in this situation, I seriously question your approach to this topic. This policy is an internal document that the police can change at will. And we have already seen in the past that, in the words of Chief Chaplain, there are times where rules need to be broken when it comes to policing. And this is not something that I think the council should vote for, obviously. There are many holes. Now, I'm not against drones. I'll be honest. I don't hate drones. I would love to get my own drone someday. I think that there is absolutely a place for drones in this city being used for good purposes. And every good purpose that I saw in this proposal, I could see making sense if it was used by fire department, by EMS, not being used to survey a situation that the police think, oh, this may be a security concern just because we decided it is. So I would urge the council at this point, with what we have seen, this is not the proposal that we need for drones. I am absolutely open to revisiting the idea of a positive impact that this technology could have in Hayward. I do not trust the police to manage it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cynthia Nunes. Ms. Nunes?
Can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yes.
I was on mute.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cynthia Nunes. I am the cousin of Augie Gonzalez, who was killed by Hayward PD in 2018, and also a member of the Hayward Community Coalition, also known as Hey Coco. Honestly, I'm like getting a little bit tired of like having to call into these to like continue to like repeat myself over and over. The fact that like these policies that y'all are presenting are just like, one, not good enough, and also just like unnecessary. I think the presentation that this drone like project that y'all have going is going to cost $18,000 is laughable to me, because like it's going to cost y'all way more money than that in the long run. And I just think that this is like a really like half-ass way for y'all to like present to council and get away with it when council doesn't have to approve anything under $75,000. So by you saying it's only going to cost $18,000, like initially, maybe for like a small portion of it, but there is no way in hell that it's only going to cost that. And that's not transparency. And the like, chief, you keep talking about transparency and accountability. Like that's not transparency. And then to top it off, like you also mentioned that it's similar to having body cam footage. So I don't see anything in this policy then that also like, one, you don't even require your officers to have their body cams on at all times. And two, if you're going to have that, then are you going to also like let the public have access to this footage as well? Like they do for the body cam footage? Because if you're going to compare it, like make it make sense. And that doesn't make sense. And just like Jesse said, you often say that there are a time and a place that the rules go out the window and like if they don't follow the steps. I have personally heard you say that multiple times. I've also heard you say that while looking my family in the eyes about my cousin's case. You know, this will get misused by the police department and it's inevitable. Your officers have already misused police equipment. The officer who murdered my cousin misused police equipment, was sued by multiple women in the police department and still had a job, still got promoted, and then murdered my cousin. And his answer to murdering my cousin was that he knew he was going to use his gun before he got there. These are the types of officers that you're allowing to have access to this equipment and access to our community members, and they're killing us. So just do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samina Usman.
Yes, hello. My name is Samina Usman. I'm the Senior Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, and I'm also a board member for Secure Justice. I read over the operations manual, and I can't seem to find details about the retention of the information that is captured on the cameras. I feel like there really should be no retention of any information that's captured unless if it is part of some type of an active investigation. I think that there are, I know that some of the speakers they spoke about, they have concerns over privacy, but at the same time, this policy that's been, that is proposed, it really does not have any mechanism in order to ensure that it is, it is enforceable. And I think that's very much of concern, that, you know, you can have a document, but if you don't have any enforcement type of policies to make sure that this information is not misused, it's truly problematic. And so the thing is that there really should be no retention of data unless there's an actual crime recorded on the video. And in that event, you know, there's, I guess, existing evidence policies, you know, but with state law that would also apply as well. So I think that the retention would be tied to the need to investigate and to prosecute. But the thing is that we should make sure that it's not going to be kept for a while, and nor that we do not want it to be shared with other agencies, especially, you know, federal agencies that could use information in order to target those who are undocumented. We also want to make sure, I think that there should be something included that would be including an impact report to see what type of impact that has on different communities, especially communities of color, how this is also used in certain areas versus other areas. You know, we should also be compiling the data on whom this is used against. We also want to make sure, I know that a couple of speakers had said that this would not be used for if there's any, you know, protests or vigils, but, you know, as we've seen in past protests, there has been surveillance that has been used against, you know, either the Black Lives Matter protests, even though they were completely peaceful, nothing, you know, going on, still surveillance equipment was used against different protests and rallies, you know, even in different areas, like when there was Juneteenth or whatnot. We want to make sure that it is not going to be used, you know, unless that there is truly a security situation that's happening real time, not something that might be proposed, you know, or that might be considered for, you know, something later.
Thank you. Thank you, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexis Villalobos.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Happy New Year, everybody. Alexis Villalobos here. Proud Hayward community member. I'm also a member of the Hayward Community Coalition, or HACOCO. I'm sorry, I'm actually just trying to wrap my head around so much that I learned in the last few minutes in this presentation, things I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting HACOCO's name to be in the presentation today as a group that was engaged for this, because, you know, we did receive an email as city manager pointed out, but it was an email with policy 610 and the handbook. And it seemed like we were going to have some sort of say on the policy. And then we were like, well, at least maybe the decision makers here will have a say. So we directed our comments to you, the council. But now we're learning that you don't even have a say on this policy. All you're doing today is passing this resolution, this attachment A to the resolution, which is a values and commitment statement. I think this is the main problem here, is that I was going to go into this 3 minutes and talk about all the issues that are, all the problems and the holes and the things that are missing from policy 610, the things that are missing from this handbook. But what's the point if you're not even going to be able to do anything about it? This is just a courtesy notice to you all so you can sign a feel-good statement of values. No, okay, so let me try to regroup my mind and what I'm trying to say here. And the point is that what we need as a community, what you need as a council, is an accountability process, a way where a third party can hold the police accountable for the way they're promising things. Because the answers to all your questions were just saying, we can do that. We can give information to CAP, to CAP. We can give information to you. I guess we can if you ask for it. That's not an enforcement mechanism. You need to have in policy something you are able to do as legislators, as policymakers for our community, to make policy to ensure that we are enforcing this and that there is accountability. If we just have officers telling their lieutenants to tell the chief that what they're up to, and then there's an internal investigation if the chief decides there needs to be one, that's not enough to gain trust from your community. You need to at least give CAP some teeth. You guys created CAP, and CAP is not even mentioned anywhere in these policies or anywhere in this handbook. Where does CAP stand in here? And it's just not enough for the only person who's going to be in charge of this is this program coordinator that the chief appoints and Kelly McAdoo, the city manager. There needs to be some sort of external community accountability program here. It might be CAP, it might be another agency, it might be something, but this is just not enough. And you all know that. I think you all I saw a little bit of shock in your eyes when you realized you don't even have any say on this policy. All the questions you had about the policy don't mean anything because they can change tomorrow night if the police chief decide to change them. So that's not enough. We need to do something else, do something more, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa Magana.
Yeah, hello, good evening, Mayor Halliday, City Council members, and City Manager McAdoo. My name is Vanessa Magana, and I'm a lifelong Hayward resident and organizer with the Hayward Community Coalition. We appreciate being involved in this conversation, and as you can assume, we have a lot of feedback on this policy. While we understand that the purchase of drone technology has already been approved, we believe Policy 610 is too vague in its current state, fails to adequately protect Hayward residents' right to privacy, and would allow officers to utilize drone technology at their discretion with minimal accountability to the public. With that, we believe that Policy 610 should not be voted on or approved at tonight's meeting without significant changes, if that's even the issue at hand at this point. The plan for public notification of UAS use in Section 610.4, Item E, needs to be defined now, not after the program coordinator role has been filled, especially when subjective language like those that Mayor Halliday brought up earlier is being used to justify drone deployment. As a reminder, more than 600 community members signed onto a petition opposing the use of police drones in our city. So at the very least, the public deserves to know when it is and has been surveilled, especially when they're currently HPD officers with the history of abusing surveillance technology. We're disappointed that the community advisory panel is completely absent from this policy. We recommend that the program coordinator position be appointed by CAP rather than the police chief. It doesn't make any sense that he is the sole person that has a hand in who fills that role. That way there's at least some type of public accountability so that, that community members clearly have reservations about. And within the policy, there's mention of different uses from it for like the fire department, for example. So it doesn't make sense why this program has to be housed under HPD. So, I mean, at the end of the day, HCOCO stands by our original demand of opposing the militarization of our police force, which includes the purchase of surveillance hardware and software. We believe that the purchase of drones is a frivolous expense when other community services that truly protect our city's well-being could benefit from the same funds. If the City Council insists on continuing down this path, Policy 610 must be reworked and amended by somebody. Thank you for your attention, and we're optimistic that this vote will be in the interest of our community's safety, not the police department's wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Gelke.
Unmute. Okay, hi, I'm Susan Gelke. I'm a member of Hayward Concerned Citizens. It's hard to follow all of the speakers that have been previously speaking. However, I would like to say I really commend all of the thoroughness and care that's gone into studying this situation. And we've had so many occasions where we've all had a chance to say what we feel. We've had community input. And I do think it's time to make a decision regarding the use of drones. I think that drones are a very important modern tool, which is used in many communities and really helps engage safety for everybody. So I do think that a vote for this is really important at this point. I also wanted to make a comment that I appreciated Mr. Zermenio's comment about were we, the Hayward Concerned Citizens, consulted with this. Yes, we have been in communication with the police department and others about our feelings about it. However, I don't think it's right for one group to be singled out as you need to talk with them because they are important that we consult with them. We've all had an opportunity to call in. We've all had an opportunity to say our piece. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I do hope that you will vote for the use of the drone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is TJ.
Good evening, council members. I'm TJ with Hayward Concerned Citizens. As I'm sure you're aware, several in our group have been strong supporters of our Hayward Police Department having access to its own UAS program. And I'm pleased to see how much progress has been made toward approving the purchase of the drones themselves and collaborating with police and community to develop a solid operational policy since July. While I'm sure there will never be total consensus among our city leaders or residents where privacy is concerned, I appreciate the sensitivity with which you addressed different perspectives when drafting and finalizing this latest policy revision. I have every confidence that the benefits of having this surveillance technology far outweigh any perceived risk. I think the transparency and accountability components are clearly addressed, and to date, I can't recall any time when our police have abused their use of a drone for in-progress burglaries, crime scene mapping, critical incidents, and situations requiring de-escalation. Bottom line, our city needs to catch up and provide our frontline personnel with the necessary resources they need to keep our community safe in hazardous situations, and being able to use this technology approved by council is one of the ways to do that. You're giving our community the assurance that you as city leaders take safety seriously and are giving law enforcement your trust to use this technology appropriately when the situation calls for it. The end result will be greater safety, fewer casualties. So we ask that you please continue to give this item your full consideration and approve this final revision of the UAS Operations Policy Manual. I would also like to be sure it is made clear to the larger community that Hayward Community Coalition is not a governing body, commission, or committee, and they do not run or rule Hayward. Thank you for your time.
Sorry. Thank you. Our next speaker is George Syrup.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. That was a hard act to follow. Hi, everyone. My name is George Syrup. I'm a lifelong Hayward resident. I'm also a community services commissioner and proud member of the Hayward Community Coalition. I want to first say I appreciate the work and research that has gone into developing this proposal, as well as the little shout out that we got in the city manager's presentation. To my knowledge, we have not had conversations with the police department beyond the email we received earlier this week that City Manager McAdoo mentioned during her presentation. More notice would have been appreciated. Also, TJ, if you need receipts for HPD's record of abusing power, you know how to reach me. We have a very public website. With respect to the police chief, chaplain, and Captain Matthews, policy 610 for UAS operations is not ready for game time. In addition to the other gaps that previous commenters have identified in this policy, for something like this to pass muster in this political climate after City Council just adopted a resolution apologizing for its hand in systemic racism, it's simply not enough to rely on a chain of command within the police department to ensure that misuse is being handled appropriately. I want to reiterate what Councilmember Andrews was speaking to. the community advisory panel should be included in the formal reporting structure from the start, not as an afterthought, and ideally on a more frequent basis. I would encourage the council to strengthen the role of the community advisory panel and use this reporting structure as an opportunity to create real community accountability if you're set on moving forward with such a controversial program. Like Captain Matthews said, policies are living documents. Let's empower our community advisory panel to make adjustments to those policies as necessary. I stand by one of HACOCO's original demands that emerged during the George Floyd uprisings that opposed the militarization of our police force, which includes the purchase of surveillance hardware and software. On the Community Services Commission, I am torn. I'm watching groups compete for funds to provide shelter, food, and support to our most vulnerable residents. And I believe the purchase of these drones is a frivolous expense when these community services that truly protect our city's well-being could benefit from the same funds. If the City Council insists on continuing down this path, Policy 610 must be reworked and amended to include community oversight before being approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ro Aguilar. Ms. Aguilar?
Now?
Yes, we can.
It's unmute. I wasn't intending to speak on this, but I wanted to say a few words in support of the concerns around privacy, abuse, and accountability. I am not against drones. I think there are uses for them, but I do think when implementing a new program like this with this new technology, that there needs to be more reporting, more transparency. And I would support, a community group hearing or getting even reports every month on any use of the drones so that if there's any red flags, we catch them early. My personal concern on this issue, and I spoke at a previous council meeting on this, is fireworks. I still think there is a use, and I think that this policy allows for it, to identify property owners who allow fireworks use on their property. That is an illegal use, and sending them notices that that the city has seen this activity and that they are responsible for controlling it or may face a fine. The issue of safety, health, with these fireworks, they're out of control. And I'm not even sure that it belongs under the Hayward Police Department. It could be under another department that sends out these notices. And once the notice is sent out, then the police could be notified that here is a property that has been host to fireworks. Keep an eye on it, or something like that. Not with a drone, but with actual police patrols. So again, I think this offers a helpful tool in identifying these properties, if they're private properties, where fireworks go off consistently, constantly, and to the detriment of Hayward citizens and other citizens, and notifying these people, or at least using letters of notification as a deterrence. And I'm very passionate about this because it's out of control. It's out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne.
Hi, Happy New Year, council members. I'm Suzanne Luther, proud member of Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I am in full support of the city approving Hayward Police Department to have and use drones for the safety of our community. Hayward Police Department is so short-staffed these days, drones can be considered officers at a considerable pay reduction. This is just plain common sense. Please do not kowtow to the few. Please represent the community you serve and vote in favor of this policy and this resolution. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. Our next speaker is Tom Ferreira.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Tom Ferreira. I'm with the Hayward Concerned Citizens. I'm here tonight to talk about having a drone system in our city. Our current practice is to borrow a drone from Alameda County Sheriff Office or another agency if one is available. And if we immediately needed one, it would take some time to get a drone on scene whereas having one in-house in Hayward would be immediately available for emergency, earthquake, knock on wood. We're more than overdue for that hostage situation or a violent situation. Also, when we borrow a drone from a certain agency, that information stays with that agency who we borrow it from. So to have it in-house in Hayward would be a better situation under our guidance. Also, facts of the situation, the city, just to give an example, city of San Francisco has over 2,000 police officers, and Hayward is a much larger city than San Francisco. We only have less than 200 officers protecting our city. Currently, while we're on this Zoom meeting, we have 9 HPD men and women officers trying to patrol 283 miles of roadway. Let's make sure HPD has the tools to keep our city and our residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tracy Rosenberg.
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Tracy Rosenberg. I'm a privacy advocate. I wasn't planning to speak on this tonight, but I've been listening and I'm a little bit, dumbfounded is the word. It appears that you're being asked to approve a policy that doesn't tell you how long information or video from the drone is going to be retained. That's probably the most basic part of a drone policy. So what you're looking at here is not a policy at all. These are important central questions, and they have to be answered before there's any kind of vote or resolution of approval or whatever you're planning to do. Secondly, if there are reporting requirements, they need to be stated in the policy. It's not going to happen. You can talk and talk and talk, but the reality is the reporting schedule, whatever the council wants, whatever CAP wants, it has to be inside of the policy. It has to be written down, it has to be stated, and there has to be accountability that the reports are submitted completely and when they're due. Thirdly, a policy that can be changed by those that it governs at any time with no notice to anyone is not a policy. It's basically just a document. So again, if the policy can be changed, adjusted, revised, that is something that has to come to some accountable body that can take a look at those changes, be it the council or the CAB, and say these changes are good, these changes are problematic, we approve these changes, we don't approve these changes. You can't have a situation where your usage policy for a piece of powerful equipment is basically changeable at whim and in secret. And the last thing that I would say is, while I appreciate the sentiments from the group that is basically coming and saying, trust the police, trust law enforcement, adopt a resolution saying that we all support each other. That's wonderful. And of course, we all want to be civil with each other. But what it comes down to is that the job of a legislative body is to set up systems for accountability. And those systems rely on things other than trust, because the reality is sometimes trust is broken and then it's too late. So I really ask you to send this policy back to the drawing board, make some changes, and come back with something that frankly is much more well thought out. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is El Bakri.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here. I have just very short points since a lot was said already. So echoing the sentiments and the observations. My main concern is two things. It's retention of data and sharing of data. How long are we going to keep this? Are we going to return it? How long were we going to be returning it? Is there any policy? And then who are we going to share it with? When are we going to share it with? Under which condition we're going to share it with? Regulation. I want to see a real policy. So far, I'm seeing a kind of a statement of values here. And again, just like the last speaker said, it's our job. It's your job in the city council to be setting policies that are enforceable. My worry is that we're going to end up with mission creep and misuse of data and misuse of the time and place and space on when these drones will be used. Lastly, I'm a little disheartened. In other words, before I express my lack of my sentiments, is I also want to see an impact report. And I want you guys to request that for the following years to come. Where are we heading with this technology since it's new to our city? We're all aware of how the lack of proportionate use of these technologies on minorities. And we have on our council members, Latin and Black council members, and I didn't see them raising much of concern when they were raised in neighborhoods that were over-surveilled, and when the assumption is you've done something wrong, when that never happened. More likely, that assumption by the police department is being practiced in these minority areas than in other areas. And with that, I conclude. I really would like to see a policy. I don't see a policy here. And it's very disheartening for me that minority council members are sitting on this board and do nothing. God bless you. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lupe Angelo. Lupe?
Hi, thank you. I was on mute. It's Lupe Angulo. Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. First, I'd like to call attention to the documents provided to the community on the Hayward agenda, including the staff reports, the policy statements, the operations manual. They're not provided in Spanish. And as we know, that's a language that's heavily spoken in our city. We're not including our Latino immigrant and Spanish-speaking community. And it's crazy because we're a city that's 40% Latino. And secondly, I'd like to say that it doesn't sit well with me and others that have spoken tonight when we look at those people we have voted for, the people that are in the seats that we look to who should be representing us, that clearly do not have the answers to the questions we have regarding the retention of the drone and the information that's being caught on camera and how it'll be carried out. We know that marginalized communities will be targeted, such as South Hayward, and it just doesn't feel like a lot of thought has gone into this, and it would just feel better for us as a community being led by y'all who we voted for if you guys had more answers. So I would say please pause and let us have our say and bring us to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Just got another hand up. Our next speaker is Claire Dugan. Ms. Dugan, I can see that you're muted. Can we get her on and unmuted?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm actually requesting to unmute. Can you hear us, Ms. Dugan, can you unmute yourself, please? We're having technical issues here. Asking to unmute, but I'm not sure that Ms. Dugan is able to unmute herself.
Okay. Okay. Well, Ms. Dugan, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself? If you can't, we're going to have to move on.
Mayor Halliday, I think I could probably promote her to panelist. That might be a way to unmute if you allow me to do so.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I sent a request. Yeah, I don't see that she's able to unmute herself, Mayor.
All right, then we will have to move on. I'm sorry, but we will now. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to close this public comment period on this item and move back to council. And hello, Madam City Clerk. You're not having any luck with that, right? Yeah. Okay, so we need to move on. So we'll move back to council for comments.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I believe now she's able to.
Okay, we'll reopen the public hearing then. Ms. Dugan, can you go ahead and make your comment?
Please go ahead.
Not hearing her. It looks like she is unmuted now.
Yeah, exactly. I see that she's unmuted, but I don't hear anything.
Now she's muted again, so I don't know what's going on there, but we are going to have to.
Can you tell her to how to unmute herself if she's on the phone? Because I know that that's slightly different than if people were to log into Zoom.
Well, because we see her name, so she should have the icon to unmute, right?
And she was unmuted for a minute, but we still couldn't hear her. So I don't know if she tried to say anything. We're going to have to move on. I'm very sorry. We do want to welcome all public comments, but we can't, technology is in the way here. And
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Well, start 6 would be, if you try start 6 to unmute, let's see if you could try that. No, Madam Mayor. I don't think that's working.
All right. I'm sorry about that, but I think we have to move on here. So we're going to go back to council. Oh, wow. I just saw that she unmuted again. Can't keep doing this. Miss Dugan, can you speak to us?
Okay, how about now?
Miss Dugan? No, she's muted again. Yeah, this isn't working. And we're going to close public comment. I don't think there's anybody. No. Yeah, so very sorry about that. And maybe you could have a conversation if you have her telephone number with her tomorrow about what went wrong here or why that didn't work. Okay, now back to council and we'll go to Council Member Zermano.
Mayor, thank you. And thank you to all the residents who called in today. 2 quick questions for the captain or the chief, or perhaps also our city manager. Could language of this policy be changed?
I think that, yes, the language in the policy can be changed.
Okay.
If it is substantially changing the intent of the policy that the council adopted, given that we've already been so transparent on it, I think we would bring it back to the council. Okay. If it's a minor change, we could take it to the CAP to have them review it. If it's like an update to federal or state law that we have to come into compliance with, a change in retention timeline for under state law, if it's something minor like that, I don't know that would necessarily need to come to council, but I think we're happy to bring the policy back if it is a substantive change.
All right. Okay. And can we do quarterly reports on drone usage?
We can include that.
To annual reports.
Yes, we could. I think the chief and deputy chief have already said that they would be happy to include it in the quarterly.
Okay. All right. Okay. So those are my two questions. Mayor, I have a couple of comments and then a motion. I see this as a public safety issue more than anything. I see the checks and balances that are there for us to be able to stop the program if there's any misusage. And we certainly can do that and would do that. I see this as a usage for controlling or trying to stop illegal fireworks and people who do car donuts on our streets. I feel good because it's been reviewed by our city attorney. It has been given out to our community and our community members. And the staff report on pages 4 through 8 have 9 different points where we stress the transparency of the program. So that's good. Their quarterly reports are important. I believe it is time for us to have this technology. It's something that I think our police force needs. I think, again, emphasize, if it is misused, it will be stopped by us. That's simple. The fact that the policy can be modified is very, very important. The regular reporting. Let's see. I believe that's really all that I have to say. But the important part is that safety, public safety is an issue here, and I think that's important. The fact that if you have a mass demonstration, there are folks who study these things, and something can start becoming amiss, and it can be used. We've been at Chabot graduation, and the police have been present there, making sure that if something goes amiss, there's police presence, and that certainly did not take away from any of the happiness that was the issue when we were graduating our students. So I'm satisfied. I like what we're doing. I like the fact that it went to the community. And with that, Mayor, I move on the item.
All right, you're moving the staff recommendation.
With staff recommendation that says adopt a resolution and policy statement regarding the use of surveillance technology.
All right, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? I will second that motion then. If there are no other council members wanting to second it, I will second the motion. Okay, we will go to Council Member Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind the public that we can only ask questions prior to public comment. So just wanted to leave that note just in case people didn't understand why certain council members weren't able to say what they wanted to say in that given moment. So I just wanted to remind people of that. So I do have more questions though. Do we have dates of the community meetings available and how the invitations went out to discuss this policy?
Which community meetings?
I believe Deputy Chief mentioned that there were multiple community meetings. And so just wanted to see if he had an idea of the dates of when that happened and who was invited.
There were 3 separate meetings that we had with the community advisory panel. I don't have the previous dates. I'd have to go back through the calendar to find those, but they've taken place over the course of a year. But this conversation started in 2019, and here we are in 2022. And so to go back that far and give specific dates, I don't have those readily available.
I'm sorry. Were you asking about general community meetings, not the advisory panel, right? Yeah. So
the town hall style meetings were held at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, I believe, pre-pandemic. There were actually letters that were sent out to community stakeholders for those particular meetings, inviting them there. And those were facilitated by Lieutenant Ormsby. The other community meetings, were frequently, from our community academy, neighborhood alert groups, even some of the events that we've held traditionally over the years. There's conversations about this technology that come up all the time, quite frankly. And I know the chief has been involved in conversations where there are folks from the community who think that we already have this technology, quite frankly. So I don't have a list of dates that I'm able to provide, but over the course of 3 years, we've had many conversations.
And just to confirm, you did email the policy for review to HAYCOCO and Hayward Concerned Citizens. Both groups were invited to make comment or invited to help with the draft of this policy prior to this meeting.
We actually invited HAYCOCO to meet with us so that we could talk through it and hear their concerns, and they declined to meet with us. That was part of the email. Actually went out a week ago Monday and said we would make ourselves available at any point last week to talk through everything.
Okay. All right. And then I also wanted to know more about the data retention. That seems to be a really big concern for our community, and wanted to know is there an idea of how long we would keep the data, and acknowledging the comment by Secure Justice about do we need to keep this data if it's not associated with criminal activity?
If you look on page 6 of policy 610, section 610.9, it lays out that the data is kept for 90 days securely, and the chief and deputy chief can talk about if it's related to a crime, there's a longer retention, but it is outlined specifically in the policy.
And
quite frankly, Councilmember Andrews, not to cut you off, but it's to protect folks that are also falsely accused of things. If we destroy this data prematurely in a criminal case, a defense attorney could argue, there's exculpatory evidence on that video. So, we keep it in accordance with law because we're a little different than most other city agencies because of issues with statute of limitations. If there's, for example, video of a homicide scene or something like that, we have to keep it, quite frankly, until that case is completely adjudicated and all appeals are exhausted. But as far as the things that have no evidentiary value, there's in that policy that the city manager has pointed you to, there is a way of disposing of that.
And where does the information go to, just for the public? They had questions about where is it being sent?
I was going to say maybe our IT director can talk a little bit. I know Adam's on here. Maybe he can talk a little bit about the data security and kind of how it's stored and who has access to it. I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, so the data is sent off to evidence.com that's managed by the company Axon, the same company that manages our TASER video. And they have a series of security protocols in place in terms of both chain of command as well as protection from external entities. I can't go into a lot of that detail of things, but it is the same technology used protecting our body-worn camera video as what would be used for these drone video.
Okay.
And access is also tagged. So anyone looking at that information, there's a record generated of that person accessing that information so that we can audit and find out who looked at that particular footage.
Okay. And to speak to a comment by Cynthia Nunes is, if we do quarterly reporting, can we look at the parameters of the reporting to include the cost of the usage of this technology? Maybe looking at a timesheet of an operator and the coordinator and the maintenance and any other purchases related to this, so we can get real cost compared to what was submitted today?
Yeah, we definitely can. But just one thing I want to remind everyone of, a lot of places have helicopter programs and very expensive. I lost 2 friends for a program like that in San Francisco. They crashed in Tule Frog and out by Stockton. This is by far a lot cheaper, and you're using on-duty personnel. So when we have a subject that runs into a location and we have folks on duty that can operators on duty, we're utilizing folks that are already on site. We're not hiring an operator. We're not hiring a spotter. These are people that are in bed already, that are already in the police department. So we're talking about equipment costs, which is a one-time cost to buy the equipment.
Okay. And then also speaking to Secure Justice and a couple of other callers about the impact report and looking at maybe demographics and data.
I understand.
Can that also be part of the report of looking at how the neighborhoods are being, if the drones are being operated in certain neighborhoods more than others, look at the demographics of who was captured? Can that also be part of the report?
Well, and here's the issue you have. Crime has become extremely mobile. We have folks commuting from all over the place, hitting just about every neighborhood. We're not sending these into specific neighborhoods. We're going to incidents. As I outlined before, the 12 uses we've had, every time we've summoned this drone, it's because there's a crime somewhere. So if we chase someone and they happen to bail out of their car on foot in a particular neighborhood, it's to find that individual. If we get a report from a member of the community, some of the folks who spoke tonight and said someone has a gun, we're going to respond to that neighborhood. So this is not a curiosity query where we're deploying them for specific articulable incidents that are occurring in progress, crimes and things of that nature. So I think it speaks for itself. And I heard someone say earlier that this is new technology to Hayward. No, it's not. We've used it 77 times since 2000 from other agencies. This will allow us to have way more control because we're subject to other policies of Union City or Alco, whoever we borrow from. We have to adhere to their policies. And quite frankly, if they decide to keep that data in perpetuity, regardless of what it is, that's what we have to stand by. At least this way, we have control over that data retention. And like I said before, we got to test drive. You got to see what this looks like by us utilizing this technology. And to date, I don't think it's been abused at all, other than someone saying that they didn't like the fact that it was hovering over a crime scene where over 100 rounds of ammunition were fired. Multiple people were shot. And it took 2 days to process that crime scene. So, I would always say this, that, we could push this thing into irrelevancy by overdoing it a little bit. And I think for our purposes, we've used this technology only to deal with things that are currently occurring or something we have advanced knowledge we're going to do, like a search warrant.
Okay. And just 2 more things, Mayor. I also, I do agree with some of the comments made tonight about CAP having more teeth and having them be more involved in the accountability, given that's their name. And wanted to know if it's possible if they can be involved with the PC position in terms of approving. I understand it's appointed by PD, but to have them confirm that this is a person is appropriate to run this program, maybe not necessarily disclosing their employee information, but maybe the personnel commission or someone to be some kind of check before PD appoints the program coordinator, just to provide more accountability. Is that a possibility?
I want to, before we say anything on that, I want to be careful about the charter because staffing decisions are under the purview of the city manager. And so I just want to be careful that if that's something that the council wants to look at, I just want to make sure we're not, overstepping the charter and that we're not violating the charter. So.
Okay. So can legal review that before it's just voted no? Is that, or is it just already we can't do it because of the charter?
It's probably a little nuanced. So it probably is going to require some discussion with the city attorney's office. So I'd be reluctant to make a definitive statement on it tonight on that particular item.
Okay. Well, is it possible for the CAP back to my first question, can the CAP review the report, the quarterly report, just making that part of this policy? And also any policy changes needs to be, even if it's something that's procedural, update, whatever it is, be approved by CAP and City Council, even if it's a change to a code number. It should come to these bodies. Is that possible? Just to give CAP some weight into reviewing something like this.
I think I'll look to the chief, but I think that's perfectly fine. I don't see any issue with having the CAP being a part of the quarterly review process. And that gives, I think, the department an opportunity to really talk through some of the incidents with the drones and what they've been used for, and to give some more nuance to it. So unless the chief has an objection, I don't see a concern with that.
No, they're an advisory panel, first and foremost, and I don't see a problem with having we did it with our use of force changes, just to have the conversation to get input. They're kind of a sounding board to gauge any impacts changes in policy may have. So I wouldn't have an issue with that. But one of the other things I'll throw out to this panel, we have, me as chief, I have access to people's personnel records that quite frankly are illegal to release at this point to anyone outside of our chain of command. So when we make decisions about these assignments, we look at discipline history, we look at work performance, there's a lot of metrics to go into it. So our look at these folks before they're appointed or moved into these roles, it's kind of a forensic look into their backgrounds to make sure that they're suited for that position. CAP would not have the information that I would have access to look at these folks. And quite frankly, I don't think any chief of police wants to put anybody, especially in this era, as one of the members of HACOCO said earlier, during this era we're in right now of hyper scrutiny, you want to make sure you have the best people in the best positions to do the best job.
Okay. Well, I'll just say, I know that I didn't approve this technology when it came before council before, but I did promise that I would help review the policy, and that's what we're here tonight to do. And I still have some concerns with the technology, but I think Hayward PD has incorporated a lot of the comments that were brought before council before and brought before the infrastructure committee before. And those were other opportunities the public could engage. And we're here tonight. And so I'm so happy to see that so many people came in and made comments, because I feel like there was a lot of really good suggestions. If we are going to have this technology, the community should have a say in the policy. So I do want to hear the rest of council, but I hope that some of the amendments that we can consider is having CAP more involved in the process, and figuring out a way to do that would be the main thing for me. And you all have answered my questions regarding data retention. And I do think we need to really think about the impact report, not necessarily that we're targeting certain neighborhoods. I do have some concerns about the fireworks, because people light fireworks in front of other people's homes. So I'm a little concerned about that. But I do feel like there is a concern about what it's going to do to the Black and Brown community. But if it is incident related, we should definitely make sure it's incident related and not surveillance. So I'm curious to hear what other council members say, but I just wanted to leave with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I will try to be concise. And also not cover the stuff that's already been covered. So So I'll start with my comment part and then make some suggestions. So I absolutely appreciate all of the community engagement in the CIC meetings, in the public meetings, in the CAP, tonight, previous meetings, everybody's input, emails, etc. This is how democracy works. This is how governance works. So I appreciate that, and whether or not you agree with my position or what council eventually does this evening, I hope that you will stay engaged and know that you were heard. And if you have questions about that, by all means, that's what we're here for, to answer, to discuss, etc. I absolutely know that that policing in the nation and in this city, that trust has been broken. And I'm not pointing fingers about that. I'm just acknowledging that that's a truth. And so part of the way that we come back from that is really radical transparency. And so, yeah, we take our time with things. We have lots of public input, even when we're not required to do so. So I appreciate that. And for that reason, and for the reason that I have seen a lot of the community input actually reflected in the operations manual, I'm willing to give a short leash to have this move forward. And so I do want to see us reported. I do want to see the report in 3 months. I'm willing to pull the plug if needed. But I also don't think that we can pretend that we're not using drones. We are. And so having local control, which is a phrase we use a lot, last week's policy legislative agenda that we adopted emphasized local control. And so to the extent that we control our drone program and that it does what we want it to do and doesn't do the things we don't want it to do, I really appreciate that a lot of that language is reflected. And so I'm willing to see it continue to move forward. Here's the part that I want to see happen next. So I concur with my colleagues who've talked about CAP being able to review the quarterly report, CAP being able to review policy. I think to the extent that it makes sense to have council reviews major policy, I'll come back to that in a second. But CAP reviewing policy, CAP reviewing the report, absolutely. And also while council doesn't make major personnel decisions other than our 3 appointed officers, we absolutely do meet when we get a new department chief. We meet with them and so what I would suggest is when the drone supervisor is appointed, that person gets a chance to meet with CAP and hear firsthand what the community concerns are. I'm seeing you nod, City Manager, thank you. And in 3 months, what I would like to see is the Policy 610 more fleshed out. It seems still a little bit rough. There's more detail in the operations manual that I'm not seeing in the policy. For instance, it says insert name of department here. So I'm thinking it's not quite done. We've had a rule that we're going to have gender neutral policies in our city, and there's still his/her language in there. And I do want to see reference language that actually specifically references the policy statement that is citywide. I appreciate that GARE was included, GARE reflective language, but actually saying the city has a policy and that use of drones will adhere to it. I think that's important. And similarly, if there's any other clarity, I appreciated your pointing out, the city manager, that the data retention is in the policy, but just take an extra look to see, do we need to cross-reference to our data retention policies or any other clarity that's needed. And then lastly, I want to come back to the collaboration piece. I do understand that departments operate separately, but one of the things we've been working on and staff has been great about is breaking down silos within our city. And we're seeing some great successes where that happens. And we know historically, for instance, when the police department worked with code enforcement and so on smash operations, we were able to address some social service concerns and many other things. I want to see that happen with drones. It's not the police's thing. It is the city using a tool to do a lot of things that we've asked to have happen. And so I want us to to the extent that we can possibly do it in every way possible, cross-training, coordination, let's work together. I want to see PD working with the other departments that use drone technology in a collaborative and comprehensive way. So I hope that in 3 months, when we have the next report, we see updated policy. That would be the one time I think council would want to see the policy. At least we can talk about whether or not we need to see it going forward, but I'd like to see it then. And an update on collaboration. Thank you.
Okay. All of that seems to be stuff that we would want to put into amendments to the motion. Do you want to do that? I mean, I agreed with a great deal. I'm the seconder of the motion, but I would imagine Council Members Armenia would also, if you want to think about that right now while we hear from Council Member Salinas and Council Member Marquez. And I'm assuming, is Council Member Wahab still with? I don't see her.
Yes, right here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And Councilmember Wahab, I assume you'll want to make some comments, and then we'll come back. Maybe then other people will have amendments to offer, so we'll come back and try to, but I think you did a good job of summarizing some concerns that have been raised by a lot of people, or by some of the earlier speakers. So let's go right now to Councilmember Salinas.
And I do like the friendly amendments that will be coming.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank everybody who called in. This has been a 2.5-year journey, I think longer maybe, and it has this program has worked itself through a lot of different committees throughout the city. And I think, we even heard this through the infrastructure committee. And so, we've come a long way. And I think there's been, there's been a lot of eyes on this. And so, we're here. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of the people who have called in. I also waited to ask questions. I have a few questions, but I wanted to hear what some of the neighbors had to say about this, and I just wanted to acknowledge and just really thank Council Member Andrews for her thoughtful inquiry. And she, I think she really, I wrote here on my notes, I think she really put her thumb on the main issue around the data retention and, who gets to see it and how long do we keep it. And so that's, that was, I know that's something that we've been thinking about, not only on this policy, but I know when we were adopting the body camera policy, that was a huge issue, and I should also say that not only is it a huge issue, but that huge issue comes at a high cost, at a high price. It's expensive to collect data, but it's expensive to store data. And so anyways, that's, a central piece to this. The one question I had is the CAP committee. Now, I know the CAP committee has been the same committee for a few years now, but how long is their assignment for? And will we be having new CAP members in the near future?
We have looked at that issue, and it just came up in the last CAP meeting, actually, when we had the discussion regarding this policy. And the problem is with COVID, they didn't really take off until after I onboarded. I came on in late 2019, and we really didn't get this thing going until 2020, and then the pandemic hit. So the question would be, and these folks were appointed by this body, and so they've not really had a chance to serve, to do what they were impaneled to do, to get out into the community because of the inability to gather. So that's something that we're going to address in our next meeting with regards to, because it'd be unfair to put them through this backgrounding process to get them to this point, and then to dismiss them without them being able to do what they were originally asked to do.
Yeah. Okay.
So we are definitely looking at that, Councilmember Slaves.
Okay. Because, I think the comment about incorporating and having CAP and more involved in this process, it has been talked about before. This isn't the first time it has been, brought up. And, as we begin to meet more, as the CAP begins to meet more, and as they, as you begin to resolve that, term issue or their length of service issue, however the outcome of that discussion is, I mean, I don't know what it'll be. I do see this aspect of the policy changing, right? I do. I think we will be able to review and bring in the CAP perspective on a lot. They already look at, or our intent for them is to look at a lot of different aspects of the police department, and this will just be one additional aspect that they look at. So I'm optimistic about their role in this, and so I'll stop my comments there. I also appreciated Councilmember Lamnin's very concise summary about having the CAP participate in the quarterly report reviews, looking at the policy updates, or having them take a look anytime we change something. I think Councilmember Andrews brought up, even if we change a letter to something, if we add something or delete something, I think it's always good to have a set of eyes, pass through. I know with the Personnel Commission, I'm the liaison to the Personnel Commission. And if anybody has ever sat in the Personnel Commission, I mean, we look at job descriptions, and sometimes a job description will come to us when there's just a slight tweak to the job description. And so I think this would certainly merit that kind of attention. The data retention point, I just wrote it here in my notes. It is 90 days. And I know that if I understood the chief accurately, the only time we will hold the data more than 90 days is that if it's evidence that's used for a court at a later time. And so I'm pretty confident with the handling of the data, and I know our IT director made some comment on that, and I think, and I'm sure we'll be using the same, if not similar, protocols to body camera. I mean, we collect, we hold, and we manage body cam data all the time. The one ask, and I don't think we need to do this as an amendment. I know there'll probably be other amendments attached to this, but the one ask that I would like to have is when we have the quarterly reports, and I don't know, I don't know if Councilmember Andrews was getting to this point, but when she was talking about looking at specific areas of the city or particular neighborhoods that this tool will be used in. But as she was talking, what I was thinking about was included in the quarterly reports, can we have GPS data where we see where in Hayward, in what neighborhoods, and I mean perhaps in what streets that this tool is sent to or is applied to. When we talk about impact data, I'd kind of like to see where in what neighborhoods is this device being used in. What comes to mind is I use this often in my own work where you have those I forget what they're called, heat maps. I think they're called heat maps, where they'll show hot spots in particular areas of a neighborhood. And so what I'd like to see included is a map, a visual, and some kind of a GPS analysis as to or a GPS presentation of the hotspots where we use this tool most, and so that we can see where it's used the most and where it's used the least. And so I don't need to put that in an amendment, but I just hope we can include that information in the quarterly reports. If I need to do it as an amendment, I'll add it, but I don't think I need to. Other than that, I just wanted to make just 3 very brief points about this data, about this particular tool. I'm pretty satisfied with how far it's come over the last couple of years. I think we have certainly discussed and are going to require a very thorough annual reporting process, which I think is going to be good. Of course, the CAP will review if that's the intention. But I also want to be clear about this, because I know we've said this. I think I've said this before, and I might have said this in the infrastructure committee, that while I respect the CAP and the work that they do and the contributions they make, the city council is primarily responsible for the decisions about the police department and the tools and the policies that the police department has. And so we will, have, quarterly reporting. We will be reviewing this policy. And like any other policy we make changes along the way. This may or may not be 100%, what we're aiming for tonight. But as time goes on, we'll certainly be tweaking with it and working on it. I think it's been vetted through, neighborhood groups. I think it's been vetted through community groups. And I think it's been vetted through, of course, through our own city departments. But, for the most part, I think the fact that we've had a lot of community input over the last couple of years and through several different committees and other stakeholder groups, I think there's been sufficient time and sufficient opportunity to make comment and to work on this. And as we move forward, I think we'll continue to work on this. And lastly, the annual review with CAP. And I think, I do respect the work that they do, and I do look forward to the work that they will be, or in the contributions that they will have on this process moving forward. So those are my comments, and I'll look forward to when the vote comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everyone for their attention to this serious and very important decision. I've sat on the infrastructure committee since it started. And I know back in 2019, myself, former Councilmember Mendel, Councilmember Salinas, we were very, very clear in requesting that we do more community outreach, that these policies go to the CAP. And so there was a very thoughtful approach to get to this point. It is not perfect, but just due to the role that we play on council and the city manager and overseeing the police department, we are trying to exercise as much of a say in this as we possibly can. There are some limitations and parameters here. So all the comments that were made tonight, I believe Councilmember Lamnin is going to be making some amendments, and I do hope that we can come to an agreement. This is something that is one tool, to provide safety. I see the mayor's cats, very cute. Sorry, fellow pet lovers here. So I think it's just we've gotten to the point where we do need to make a decision. For me, I'm going to be looking at the quarterly updates, having parameters in terms of why they were deployed. The rationale is going to be really, really important. I am concerned. I obviously do not want any misuse or abuse of this equipment, but we also had to give this a chance to play out. But just want to emphasize that we are trying to find the best approach possible because, as was mentioned earlier, trust has been broken. Not every community member feels mistrust towards the police department, but there is a significant group that does. And there are reasons for that. So it is our responsibility to try to strengthen those relationships and move in a different way. So this council has been trying to do that for the last few years. And that's why we have CAP. That's why there has been lengthy discussions on this issue. And I think tonight we'll be able to work together to decide the best path forward. And should this not go in the direction that I'd like to see it go in terms of it being properly used, then I have no issue with, calling this up and having us readdress it, because we need to ensure that what's put in writing and what was said tonight on the record is truly the intent of the department. So it's our responsibility to track that. And I know many of us do that in our own ways. We may not vocalize it here in a public forum, but we have our way to get information and to take our job seriously. So I just want everybody to know that you have been heard. And I think with some few amendments, this will be the most oversight and really, really strict parameters in terms of how these drones can be used. So I'm happy to support the amendment and just hoping that Councilmember Lamnin can just maybe be a little bit more concise. I know she had a lot to share, but just I'm curious to hear the direction she wants to go with her amendments, but I'm open to supporting what I believe she's going to get at based off her comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Can we hear what those amendments are?
I have to say I took a stab at a few. Councilmember Lamnin, were you? I mean, one thing is that the CAP should review the. Can't read my own writing, but basically that the CAP should review the quarterly reports that come from the police department and comment on them, and that have a chance, and that the CAP also have a chance to meet and discuss the policy with the person who is selected to be the program coordinator, and that revisions to the policy. Well, and Councilmember Lamnin was talking about a particular the section that seemed to have blanks and also maybe not be consistent with our current gender neutral policy. So that we that if and when changes are made to that policy or it's revised or finalized, that it come back to council to look at. So those are the three of the things I caught. Councilmember Lambden?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wasn't sure if we needed amendments originally or just staff direction, but I appreciate the desire to sort of capsulate this. So yes, I think just to repeat back, so the CAP reviews the quarterly report, and I concur with my colleagues that that report include geographical information where this, I think Councilmember Salinas said it well, where this is deployed. And I know other colleagues mentioned this as well. Understanding completely, as the chief said, that this is in response to a complaint, but I think it's useful data to have. So that the quarterly report include the geographical. So the CAP reviews the quarterly report, they review any policy changes, and they get a chance to meet the program coordinator. The council receives the quarterly report, at least for the in 3 months, sees that updated policy, and that policy get updated related to gender neutral language, that it includes the value statement or reference to the value statement, that the data retention language is clear, and that there be clarity about how HPD collaborates with other departments who also use drone technology.
What did you just say about clear the data retention policies?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the language actually needs to be updated for data retention, but just that it at least is reviewed and is reciprocal with our data. I know we have data retention policies as a separate document, so just making sure that language is consistent and clear and sort of references each other.
Yeah, and then the item again.
And then the last one was that there is clear collaboration between departments that utilize drones, not just PD.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's a good list. I think hopefully the city clerk has also been documenting that. So Councilmember Wahab.
Yes, I do appreciate it. I do have a handful of questions. What is our current data retention policy?
For which it's listed in the policy statement that any footage from the drones would be kept for 90 days. It's on policy. It's on page 6 of the policy 610. But what other data? Because there's different timeframes depending on state law and other factors.
Okay, so there's different policies for different types of data that we may potentially be collecting. What is our redundancy?
Adam, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I guess I'd ask in terms of what you mean for redundancy in which regard?
So oftentimes when, in technology, when we are storing data, we are not storing it in one location. We are storing it in multiple different locations in case there is, a down network or something like that. With that being in play, there's more hands involved. It may be stored in different countries. It may be stored in different states. It may be stored in different companies. What is our data retention policy?
So you're relative to the redundancy, all this data is managed through evidence.com. Evidence.com is a subsidiary of Axon. It's the same tool used for the body-worn cameras. They have their own mechanisms in place in terms of redundancy and security that obviously we can't get into complete detail. We can get some representatives from the organization to come speak to that if you have questions. But also within that, this is the same retention tool that is used by most every public safety organization. If they're capturing video via a body cam or drone, they're using evidence.com to manage the video.
Isn't it true that in the last couple of years, I know my time on council, for example, there was a breach of data?
At Axon?
By a third-party vendor that we utilize that did hit the news. I know I emailed, our staff regarding that, where Hayward PD information was released.
Yeah, I don't recall anything related to Axon specifically. Axon, all of the administrative and access rights are managed through their tool set externally. So there was some other historical data that I do recall that you brought up, but I don't believe that was related to evidence.com.
Okay. And that historical evidence was how long stored?
So these videos are stored for 90 days unless they're evidence related, unless they are related to an active investigation or deemed of value. And that's where then it hits against both these, the where it's called out and on page 6. Well, let me pull up that info.
No worries. I personally, I do know that, we are not controlling we do not have a real retention / redundancy or privacy policy citywide for some of these third-party vendors. My next concern is genuinely when we are talking about the cap. The cap was brought up multiple times, and I know I've brought it up multiple times in the course of this discussion. Is the cap a public body that anybody can attend a cap meeting, review it, and governed by the Brown Act, and people know what is the conversation and the discourse being taking place between both our city as well as the members that make up the cap?
No, the answer is no, and it was designed that way so that there could be sensitive information discussed with the members, and it is not a charter. It's not a committee that's in our charter, and it was set up differently than our Brown Act commissions. Madam City Manager,
that was accurate. And the council, when the cap was formed, had a long discussion at a number of public meetings about the composition of the cap. There was a very comprehensive selection process for the members. Each council member was asked to select a number of community members to interview. The mayor, the chief of police, and I all interviewed those candidates. And again, it was intentional so that the cap could be leveraged to, review potentially confidential information. I think the original intent was also then to have but obviously it's been, as the chief explained, hindered by COVID, be able to have public meetings and discussions and to engage the community and to bring people together and to have conversations and facilitate conversations between the department and the CAP. But unfortunately, in the world that we're in right now, that has not been as successful as we would have liked it and as initially intended.
Okay. And, the CAP, there have been complaints made that, their opinion has not been taken into full weight and consideration when still making a decision. It was stated multiple times to me directly that when something is stated, it is not relayed to the rest of the council. It is literally marking a checkbox. I do have another question is, have any of the CAP members been related to by blood or marriage to any officer in our HPD?
I'll answer that. The first part, I'll answer the last part first. And I think I know what you're referring to. Originally, when the CAP was formed, the chief of police was Mark Kohler. My wife applied for and was added to the CAP. One of my first acts was to dismiss her and remove her from the CAP for obvious conflict of interest. So after she was removed, the answer to your question is no. She never started the meetings. She was removed immediately. And the second piece is that's whoever gave you that information, it's inaccurate. When we first came with the policy, the CAP had several recommendations that we incorporated into the policy that you have before you now. So we've listened to them, and it was the same with our use of force policy as well. So the recommendations from the CAP, we've listened to them. We've gone to them several times, but we can't keep changing the policy. When we give it to you, you submit the changes that you recommend. We then come back months later and you want to change a bunch of other things. I mean, we listen, we look, and what we can implement, we will. It's an advisory panel, and we took the advisement, and some of it we were able to incorporate it, and some of it we were not. But to say they were dismissed, no, every suggestion was listened to, taken into consideration, and in a lot of cases, it was incorporated into the policy before you today. Some of it just was not feasible.
Okay. And then, I know that a little while ago, the city approved GPS trackers that are, I think they're called Star Chase, that, in case of let's say a high-speed chase, that is utilized as a tool to get placed on a vehicle that is in pursuit, to follow them, for whatever crime that they are committing. Do we have any data from the success of that, the metrics of that, how often we use that, or anything else?
We didn't have that tonight because it didn't have anything to do with the drone policy to subsidize. But if that's something that we wanted to talk about at later, another meeting, we could definitely get that data together.
But just generally, when we are requesting tools and use of funds for these particular items, it's been over a year, almost 2 years since that has been in play. Is there any data of success of a program like that? Because I'll be honest with you, I've heard quite the difference that it ended up being a failure of a tool. And so I kind of just want to see, what is our success?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, it was used a couple of nights ago, and we recovered someone's car and got it back to them. And I know a lot of cities are under fire for their lack of recovering stolen autos. We've used it successfully several times, and it did result in a pursuit. It allowed us to track the vehicle to its location without putting our community in danger. So when you see these high-speed pursuits that result in these horrible fatalities of folks that are completely uninvolved, my opinion, if it works once, it's worth its money if it saves one life. And there's no telling how many lives it's saved because we've deployed it multiple times in pursuits. And we've recovered the vehicles at later points in times. A lot of other agencies are now starting to adopt the technology. Is it 100%? Absolutely not. There's too many variables, but we've successfully deployed it on multiple occasions. I wasn't prepared to talk about that tonight because it was not one of the items, but we definitely can put it together. And as far as the technology goes, it's the same thing with the drone program. We heard a lot of comments about it, but I don't think one person mentioned that serious case where a child was abducted and the mom was shot. And we were able to utilize this technology. That in and of itself, to me, is a huge win and one we should all be talking about. And if Michaela Garrett happened today with the hundreds of miles of roads in the city of Hayward, and all we had was a vehicle description, and we all know the minute that car pulls into a garage or disappears off our streets, the chances of recovering that child alive drop significantly. We do not have enough officers to cover all of this road. And so to be able to put a drone up and to be able to look for that blue car or yellow car, whatever the witness has told us, I mean, it would be a tremendous tool to get out there and to help us as a force multiplier. Is it 100% guarantee? Absolutely not. But it's one thing we could use where we wouldn't have to call Alameda County sheriffs and have a lag time of anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half to get the drone up and deployed in our jurisdiction. So, I mean, I think to your point, it's hard to measure what you stop from happening because it never happens. So, I mean, I think Star Chase, I think we've deployed it, and I think it's a useful tool in our arsenal to have. We don't use it all the time, but it's been used, and it's been used successfully. And I think it's the same thing with drones. When we've used them in the city of Hayward to take a look and try to locate subjects. I think it's a great de-escalation tool as we move into this model where we're using HART and these other things where, quite frankly, people are triggered by our uniforms. Maybe we send that drone in. And, I didn't want to kind of rehash the efficacy of the tool. But to answer your question, I think there's too many positives to the point of multiple council members to ignore this any longer than we already have. This has been 3 years in the making. Most cities, this thing has been passed quickly. There was a thoughtful process here in Hayward that I think is unprecedented, and it was a hard look at this from all angles. And I think now we finally gotten to this point where this tool can be deployed. And quite frankly, the council giveth and they can taketh away. And so I think.
Thank you, Chief, I think you more than answered the question, but thank you. Go ahead.
So my other concern is that, so we hear that fire is supposedly testing the drones in their different use cases. What were the tests that we have conducted and any pilot studies? I hear things like fireworks, and usually when there's fireworks, there's usually smoke in the sky. And how good of an image is it during fireworks? Have we utilized this in, I think I heard something about the car shows and the street drag races or whatever the case may be. Have we used that? Where's the study of the use cases? Since it has been 3 years that we've been talking about this, supposedly.
I think the use case is the fact that we've used drones from other agencies successfully. I mean, we couldn't deploy drones here on test cases because the council hadn't approved them yet. But there are a number of examples of where the department has deployed drones from other agencies to a positive outcome.
And Councilmember Wahab, you raised a very valid point. 4th of July is 4th of July everywhere. If we were to want to utilize this tool and we didn't have our own, I don't think anyone's going to loan us theirs when they have them up trying to do the same thing we're trying to do because they're using. And that's the problem you run into. If we were to have, to one of the callers' points, an earthquake that hit the entire region, we're not going to be able to borrow those. I just, this morning on the news, there was a horrible death of 3 firefighters in Baltimore because they went into a building and a roof collapsed on them. And to use this technology to see that the roof is compromised before we send people in there to try to put out a fire in an abandoned structure, this tool kind of speaks for itself.
Okay. Councilmember Wahab, I'm going to ask you to sort of, I'm trying you to submit these questions earlier, but
well, we didn't have all of the comments either from the public, but my biggest concern is the balancing of our civil liberties and our privacy, and much of this. I still don't see this as a citywide privacy policy in place, which is the biggest concern I have. I've stated this multiple times, that if that's not in play, usually I'm not going to be supportive. So I just want to highlight that. We have not really looked at how this is going to work for fireworks or all the things that people think that we can utilize this for. To the chief's point, I do 100% agree that if there is some regional disaster, it makes sense. We can see it. We can take a look at it. We can be cautious. But, again, we as policymakers and people that really do have to protect the rights of other people, including our most marginalized community members, we have to put that at first and foremost. When we are creating policy, and this is what it is, and this is not policy. So, to the respect of our city manager, it is under her authority to potentially approve this without even coming to the city. So I do appreciate the transparency that our public safety officers have been consistently trying to do. I still have significant reservations on retention, on policy, on third-party efforts. The touching of the data, and even the selling of the data. I've stated this in previous calls and much more. So I still have significant concerns and significant questions that have not been answered. But other than that, I'm happy to see kind of where this lands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas, did you have, yeah, okay, go ahead. Councilmember Salinas?
I apologize. No, I don't know what I did.
You put your hand up. That's what you did. But now you've taken it down. So I thought you might want to speak. But everybody has, except for me so far. So let me weigh in. I really appreciate everybody's comments. And I think, yes, we have looked at this probably far longer than any public safety agency in the country has looked at it, I would bet, but I haven't surveyed that. But, we have been talking about this a long time. We are using drones now. I would rather use drones with a policy like this very well crafted policy in place. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Where was I?
We were talking about the length of time that we've been.
We have been at it a long time. I have talked to members of the CAP, and I mean, much earlier than this, than what we're doing right now. I mean, as months ago about the concerns, and I do think that a lot of them were incorporated in this policy. Just please excuse me for 1 minute, and maybe.
Okay, we'll let the mayor attend to what could be family business for a moment. And
Mayor Pro Tem, can we take
yes, ma'am.
5-minute break, if that's okay?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute bio break and come back at, what is that, 9:50?
Okay, that is a good idea.
Back.
Although, I
why don't we do that after this item? Maybe
I don't know why people don't know that I'm at a council meeting on Tuesday night, but I just let me briefly. I mean, I want to say that first of all, we need to have a policy because we are using a drone. It isn't ours. We should be using our own, and for many of the very good reasons the chief pointed out. I don't know, they just asked me to start my video on the, anyway, okay. It is good. We need this. We need it. We might not have it when we need it. I am astounded that people don't really seem very concerned about the lives that could be saved with this policy. And that, I mean, to me, I didn't know about that incident with the child. Oh my God, a child was saved from an abductor who had shot the child's mother. I am glad that we were able to employ a drone to catch that person and to recover the child. And I think that we will also use this in the future for other good reasons. It should not be misused, but really, I'm a little surprised at the concern about privacy in a world where every time I go somewhere, I am asked afterwards by my phone. Somewhere inside my phone is following me and asking me how I enjoyed being at that place, wherever it was. There are cameras everywhere. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on doors. We use camera footage from people who have them on their homes when an incident occurs in a neighborhood, and we are trying to figure out, we are trying to catch whoever committed whatever crime it was. Cameras are everywhere. Privacy is a thing of the past. None of us have it. None of us do. And I think the policies we have around the use of this camera of drones will give us a lot more, will protect privacy in a lot more ways than a lot of other things that we encounter in our daily lives do. And that's pretty much why I will be supporting this motion. I mean, I get calls from PG&E, it seems like weekly that they're going to have drones surveying my area. So I don't really like that a whole lot, but on the other hand, I don't like fires. I know PG&E needs to do its work. We have probably overly thought this out, but in the process, I think we have come to a very good policy around this issue. And I think the amendments that hopefully you're going to introduce when we come back from our break will make it even better. And with that, do you want to go ahead and take that brief break? Or
why don't we finish this item?
All right, and then we'll do it after that. Okay, so go ahead, Councilmember Lamnon. Are we clear on what amendments we want in this? Do we want to list them again?
Time to vote.
Okay. Is everybody clear on the amendments? And were they accepted by you, Francisco? I mean, Councilmember Sermenio, and they also are accepted by me, the seconder. So, okay, I think we are then. I think if everybody's okay with it, we'll go ahead with having the vote.
Right, Mayor Halliday. Councilmember Andrews.
Oh, I'm sorry. And again, it's the motion to support the staff recommendation with the amendments offered and elaborated by Councilmember Lamnon mostly, and with some others. And you're clear, Madam City Clerk, on those amendments that we added. And the motion was made by Councilmember Sermenio and seconded by me. So go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Just before I vote, I just want to say thank you again to the callers, and I hope we captured as many of your comments as possible in the amendments. You always have the Public Records Act request to make a request if you want to know more information about what we're doing here in the city. Also know that this was a really hard issue for all of us. This is not a decision that we were taking lightly. We do care about your privacy. We also care about your safety. I do think we should make sure during these quarterly reports, we also look at review of this policy and making sure that we're doing things appropriately. So I just want to say that before I vote. So aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Well said. Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Aye.
Councilmember Wahab.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sermenio.
See.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
The motion passes with 6 aye votes and 1 no vote. Correct. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the attendees who are watching. And we will continue to discuss this policy at least quarterly, I believe, when we get those reports from the police. But with that, we are going to now take a 5-minute recess and come back to finish the agenda. Thank you.
turn it over to Jessica Lobanon, who's going to kick us off, and then she'll turn it over to Amy Cole, who will present as well. Thank you. And I just want to say that they've worked very hard over the last several months. It's a very tight timeline. It's very complicated. And I just want to tell them, just let them know how grateful I am for all their hard work on this. So, Jessica?
Before we get started, sorry, the city clerk is still on. For some reason, members of the public are only hearing music. So I don't know if that's if we have to go back, if the TV stream needs to get turned back on.
Let me confirm, city manager. One moment, please.
You said it's fixed now. Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. Sorry, didn't just before the presentation.
Thank you.
Jessica, you want to share your screen or get started? Great.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for listening to our presentation this evening. As Assistant City Manager Ott mentioned, tonight we'll be discussing the HomeKey 2.0 application and seeking approval of HomeKey projects and authorization to apply. And I'll be joined this evening by my colleague, Amy Cole. Thanks. So this evening, we'll provide a brief background on the HomeKey grant opportunity and some relevant background information as it pertains to seeking funding, presenting staff's recommended projects, reviewing community engagement and public contact, and then discussing next steps. So a brief background on the HomeKey program. This is the second round of HomeKey funding since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of this grant opportunity through the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development is to help local public agencies expand and diversify housing options for homeless persons at high risk for serious illness and impacted by COVID-19. The HomeKey funding presents significant capital funding for acquisition and conversion of properties to create both permanent and interim housing. There's also additionally operating funds with this round of HomeKey funding. The state will provide 2 years of operating subsidy for a local match of 3 years. Or 3 years of operating subsidy for a local match of 4 years. So the city has to put, or the non-HomeKey funding has to put a little bit of additional funding up to receive state operating funding. In addition to the capital and operating award, there are bonus awards for expedited occupancy as well as timely submission. So staff is intending to apply for the recommended projects contingent upon council approval by January 31st. Applying for HomeKey funding is in direct alignment with the Let's House Hayward strategic plan. The Let's House Hayward plan was adopted by council in July of 2021 and was designed in partnership with the community, relying on the expertise of individuals with lived experience, our service providers, members of the council, Homelessness Housing Task Force, Community Services Commission, staff, and various community stakeholders. Seeking HomeKey funding is directly listed within the Let's House Hayward plan under activities 3.2C and 3.2D to partner with nonprofit housing developers, county and regional jurisdictions for hotel conversion projects, and to support affordable housing projects that use innovative strategies. So the strategic plan was developed, as I mentioned, in partnership with community, really to create a pipeline of strategic and community-informed projects that the city could expeditiously apply for funds for. And with that, I will turn it over to Amy Cole.
Thank you, Jessica, and good evening, Council and Mayor. So Alameda County, through an allocation from the American Rescue Plan Act, received additional Home Investment Partnership Program funds, which we are going to refer to as their Home ARP funding. and they received about $12 million, and they determined that they were going to make that money, use those funds to assist cities submitting home key applications by providing funds to help with either the capital acquisition if needed or local match requirements. The city submitted 2 proposals in response to the county's RFP for this home ARP funding, based on initial responses to our own requests for information for home key projects. And we are excited to say that we recently were notified that one of the 2 projects we submitted, which is a regional scattered site project known as Project Reclamation, we'll talk about that more this evening, received a conditional award from the county of up to $1.5 million, which we'll talk more about in a moment as well. The city also released a request for information for all eligible home key projects, and that's what we used to inform our submission to the county RFP. In response to council feedback from previous council meetings on the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund NOFA, staff went ahead and included language in our home key RFI that aligns with the eligibility for the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund. So what that means is the home key RFI includes a request for emergency shelter and transitional housing projects so that they can show they address the impacts of market rate development. And we did this explicitly to align with the types of projects eligible for Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund money, with the intent of submitting eligible projects for home key and potentially including those that don't fit for home key or we can't make in time for home key into our pipeline for Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund projects. So this RFI did a bit of work for us. On December 16th, the Homelessness Housing Task Force held a work session to discuss the potential home key projects. They discussed 3 projects. One was an apartment complex acquisition project in partnership with BACS, Bay Area Community Services. Another was Project Reclamation, which is the regional scattered site program in partnership with BACS, as well as the cities of Livermore, Union City, and Piedmont. And then the third, which I apologize, we left Piedmont off this bullet, but Piedmont has also has joined at the last minute, but they're with us now. And then the third project that the task force heard was a tiny homes village development at South Hayward Parish in partnership with Firm Foundation Community Housing. The task force recommended moving each of these projects forward for council approval. The task force also directed staff to explore another tiny homes project in partnership with Firm Foundation and CSU East Bay to look into options to do student-focused housing for students who are at risk of homelessness or currently experiencing homelessness. Since that task force meeting, there have been some important developments. First, the apartment acquisition project that would be in partnership with BACS was determined to be infeasible for this current round of funding. Therefore, we're not presenting that project for you tonight. Staff are continuing to work closely with BACS to prepare for potentially round 3 and to see what other opportunities there are to support the project. Second, staff did connect with Firm Foundation and CSU East Bay and had several calls and conversations as directed to look into doing the student housing tiny homes project. At this point, we are not recommending moving that project forward and consider it infeasible for this current round. We continue to be excited about this project, but have determined that additional time is just needed to formalize the partnerships, to identify longer-term funding opportunities, and also to confirm that some of the project's components would actually be eligible for home key funding. And some of the questions that we are asking are questions that folks haven't asked the state yet. So we're taking some time to hear back from them. So it's not going to work for this round, but could potentially work for round 3. So now we're going to shift gears into talking about some more detail on the 2 projects that staff are recommending the council approve for submission to the Home Key Grant Program. The first project is Project Reclamation. This would be in partnership with Bay Area Community Services, as well as the cities of Livermore, Union City, and Piedmont. This is a scattered site model in which BACS would purchase up to 5 single-family homes in Hayward, and then between 1 to 3 single-family homes in each of the other participating cities, and rehab them to create 5 to 6 bedrooms for a deeply affordable shared housing model. This model has recently been implemented in the city of Oakland using home key funds, and BACS has been doing it for several years. BACS has experience doing outreach for this type of model and will be doing targeted outreach once properties are identified. These aren't high density sites. The renovations are limited to interior changes, so we don't anticipate a lot of challenges with community members. And we'll do that targeted outreach once those sites are identified. In terms of the funding for this model, we anticipate that the home key award, the per door award that Jessica spoke about, will cover all of the capital costs. So both the cost of acquiring the single family homes and renovating them. And that the conditional award from Alameda County of the up to $1.5 million in home ARP funding will cover operating costs for 4 years, getting us the 3-year operating match from the state. A little more information about this project. Staff are recommending this project tonight because in addition to not having a capital match requirement from the city, it meets council's calls for additional regional approaches by partnering with other cities to make the application more competitive, as well as streamline some operating costs and really bring kind of a more regional approach to addressing homelessness in the Bay Area and Alameda County. BACS would oversee the purchase, the rehab, and operations of the homes. We're also excited about this one because it's an innovative approach and provides us the ability to really maintain affordable homes in historically more affordable communities of Hayward. It's also a useful model for pushing back against the trend of large corporations purchasing homes and renting them back out at prices too high for the communities who have historically lived in these neighborhoods. There are still some outstanding items that staff and our partners are working on for this project. So while the Home Key NOFA includes the scattered site model as an eligible project, there are several requirements for submitting an application that make it really difficult to actually apply for a scattered site project. Primarily, the NOFA requires that we're able to demonstrate site control at the time of submission and submit appraisals and physical needs assessments for each property. To meet these requirements, BACS would need to take the significant risk of actually purchasing the homes in advance of the award, in advance of submitting our application, which is January 31st is the due date we're targeting, on the assumption of reimbursement from the state. So this is a substantial barrier, both in terms of the cost to our partner as well as the timeline. So we're working closely with the state to call attention to this challenge, and we're submitting an alternative proposal that at this point we're optimistic about, and we're going to work closely with the state on it. And just to be clear, we're not going to be entering into any agreement with the state that requires upfront purchasing of homes without the guarantee of reimbursement for that purchase. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jessica now to share with you more about the Tiny Homes Project.
Thank you, Amy. The second project that staff will be recommending this evening is a tiny home village at South Hayward Parish. This project is in partnership with the Firm Foundation Community Housing and would serve 10 individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. The site location is at the South Hayward Parish leased property, which currently serves as a food distribution site, as well as the winter shelter site, which we now have extended into a year-round operation. Firm Foundation Community Housing has piloted this model, this tiny home village, in unincorporated Alameda County, Castro Valley, as well as working at the Fairmont site on a similar model of tiny homes. And so they're very familiar with this type of model. They have been working as well on hosting community meetings in January and will continue to do so in February to discuss this proposed extension of current programmatic offerings. The capital funding is anticipated to be covered completely by the Home Key grant, and the operating funding would be covered partially using a portion of the city's home investment partnership program allocation as tenant-based rental assistance. And then the additional operating funds would be covered by Firm Foundation. This project has no capital match, so it is a strong, fiscally strong project to seek funding for. Firm Foundation has already initiated the entitlements process with the city and has committed to meeting the construction and occupancy timelines. Additionally, Firm Foundation has a strong understanding of the community as well as the population being served. Pending council approval, staff will continue to work closely with development services to ensure construction and occupancy timelines are met. Currently, we are undergoing the environmental review for use of the home funds and working on an agreement between all of the partners, which is Firm Foundation, the City of Hayward, and then South Hayward Parish, which would serve as the property manager and case management services. So we'll talk briefly about public contact and community engagement. As I discussed earlier this evening, staff went through an extensive community engagement process as part of the Let's House Hayward strategic planning process. And the Let's House Hayward strategic plan was really intended to undergo an extensive community engagement process in order to better position the city to be able to quickly act on funding opportunities such as the Home Key Grant. Additionally, we met with the Homelessness Housing Task Force in late December. Upcoming community engagement opportunities, Firm Foundation will continue to host community meetings as well as have discussions with individuals who are living at the other pilot programs that they've already launched. BACS will undergo targeted outreach for the scattered site properties. And there will be additionally one more public hearing for the home ARP allocation of funding from the county.
Great. And so with that, the recommendation that's being brought before the council tonight is to adopt 2 resolutions. These resolutions are authorizing submission of the Home Key program application to the state. So there's no actual authorization of funds yet. We would come back to the council for that. This is just to endorse the app. We need a resolution for the application itself. In terms of next steps, so applications for the priority deadline to get that bonus that Jessica was talking about are due January 31st, which is Monday. So staff are working very closely with Firm Foundation and BACS and our other cities to get both of these applications in by that deadline. And we will also continue our ongoing conversations about the tiny homes project with CSU East Bay and the apartment acquisition with BACS, as well as other properties that submitted to the city's RFI that we weren't able to move forward for this round of Home Key funding. And we will plan on reporting back to council with progress as this grant application moves forward. And here we just have the outline for you all as a guide for our discussion. So that concludes our presentation. And Mayor Halliday, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, although I think we know how, we do know how that goes. So could you take it? Maybe I have the wrong view up here, but yeah, thank you. That's better. Thank you. Okay, so I see we do have some questions. Councilmember Wahab.
Yes. When we are selling, and I just want to get this correct first before I state it. You stated that we would potentially be selling several homes to BACS.
No.
Okay. So I'm glad I asked the question. What are we doing with several homes with BACS? What is the transaction?
So we're working with the state on that to determine who the payee would be, but the Home Key Fund grants would be passed through to BACS to purchase the single family homes for the Home Key program.
Okay. And the original homes are in what, and by condition, I mean, were they foreclosed homes? Were they owned by the state? Were they owned by where is the original source?
BACS looks to buy as close to turnkey as possible for the homes. And then they do some rehab to make them to increase the unit size. So like converting a den to a bedroom or a dining space to a bedroom.
And so I think that the other part of that is that it could be from, it's the private market. And so it could be from people selling their homes, or it also could be foreclosed properties.
And also, just to be clear, these are vacant homes.
Okay. Vacant homes that have hit the market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so let me just explain this, Mayor. I apologize. This is not a question. I just kind of want to make sure that they understand what I'm trying to ask. I just want to make sure that if the homes are being purchased by us or being passed through, that there is some type of deed or language that says that if you were to sell it at above market rate or anything like that, including the nonprofit, that it would come to us, or there's some language around it. That's really where I'm getting at as to how does this transition from each person. Again, not a question, just a statement of where I'm at. So any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, for the home key grant, like all of the units are deed restricted. And so we would absolutely include that in a formal agreement with BACS that, like, if there's any change, that these are deed restricted units.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Good question. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the report. There was mention in holding off on some of the applications for the third round of funding. Do we know approximately when that might occur? Has that information been made public yet?
Not public yet, no, but we have heard from the state that there will be a round 3.
Okay. And so staff will be working with those entities up until that point to just try to strengthen their application and get things lined up for them. Okay. And then in terms of the tiny home proposal, this is owned by First Presbyterian Church, which also operates a tiny home village concept at their Grove location. Is that currently being managed by the same entity that's proposing to manage the site at South Hayward Parish on Patrick?
Amy, do you want to go for it?
Sure. It's the same development company or developer firm foundation. The on-site management for this one would be the South Hayward Parish staff.
Okay. And do we know what their current structure looks like at the site on Grove? Is there staff there in the evening? I just want to get a sense in terms of if there are concerns from the neighbors, is there a point of contact? Just how is that being managed?
I can't speak to the Grove site, but we do have Jake Metcalf here. I think he's in attendance, and we could, I defer to the mayor and clerk if we can promote him for that response.
Yes. Can we do that, Madam City Clerk?
He's raising his hand. I think he's right.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, I believe that worked.
Yes. Is he on?
Yeah, he's been promoted to a panelist. There he goes.
Oh, okay.
Good evening,
hello,
everyone.
welcome. Mr. Metcalf, go ahead.
Good to see you all. I'll answer briefly and then get out of the way. Amy and Jessica know so much more about all things than I do. The team that's working at the Grove site, which is 6 units, that I'm also the lead pastor at First Presbyterian Church of Hayward. We actually do the housing navigation is done in partnership with Abode Housing currently, but all the other case management services are done by our same team that'll be doing the same work at the South Hayward Parish.
Okay. And then in the evenings, is there staff on site? Like, how do you kind of mitigate? I know it's a kind of different setup in Castro Valley. So this one is really rooted in a neighborhood. So what are your plans to address any type of concerns?
We're planning on having 24/7 and budgeted for it. What we call safety ambassadors. We have moved away from any kind of security type terminology and really trained our people differently. It'll be the same training that we do operating the shelter there kind of year round at this point, and the shelter at First Presbyterian Church of Hayward. We've learned a lot over the last 4 years on how to really humanize our friends, our neighbors, our people.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your feedback, your input. So to staff, I know we have to go through the coordinated entry system, but particularly at this location, we've seen a lot of unhoused community members sleeping at Weeks Park, at Weeks Branch Library. Is there any way to prioritize those individuals? Because I don't know the exact situation, but I'm thinking some of them may get dinner across the street when they offer dinner in the evening and some of the food distribution programs. So how can we best ensure that we know individuals in our community need housing? Like, how are we going to ensure that those people are housed?
That's a great question. We're definitely aware of the challenges, particularly surrounding this area and in the nearby Weeks Park. And we are going to explore how we can prioritize best to meet the needs of this like very localized section of the community. It's going to be a conversation that we need to have, though, with the county on how we can put that level of local preference onto this proposed site. But I do just want to say that, like, for all of our programs, we can put the local Hayward preference. It's just a matter of whether or not we can do that targeted outreach in that specific neighborhood as well.
Okay. And in terms of the other application, in terms of purchasing homes on the market, are we concerned that the inventory is getting smaller and just, I don't know, what's our plan B if we can't purchase 5 homes in Hayward?
I think that at this point, we are approaching it with some flexibility. The goal is to purchase up to 5 homes in Hayward, knowing that this is a regional project and we're going to try and make it work across the jurisdictions. BACS is looking really closely and working with a broker to see what is available. They're going to put together a packet of comps for the application. And then as soon as we get confirmation or notice of award, they're going to move on purchasing. So you're right. It's the private market, and we're aware of the fluctuations in that, but they're going to do their best to get us some homes for the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Armano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Amy, and thank you, Jessica. Let's see. So we are going to be serving 30 unhoused individuals. Do we have is the plan to use these 2 projects to eventually try to house more individuals? We're getting up to close to 500 folks who need housing. So is this going to be a model for future funds, future projects?
I think, Jessica, go ahead.
I just was going to say that, so these sites are permanent housing. And so, individuals who are placed into these programs will reside there permanently. We definitely, though, have seen, and BACS modeled this originally in Oakland and Home Key Round 1. And now, we're looking to pilot this in this cross-jurisdictional collaboration, an opportunity to scale should it work. We are really excited about the potential round 3 funding, where we can continue to explore the additional tiny home village, other like larger, higher density projects as well. Amy, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
Nope, you got it. Just wanted to emphasize that these are permanent housing spots.
All right. So keep looking for some funds, because we have a lot more folks to take care of. So thank you very much for your efforts on this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Have we thought about the design of the tiny village and comparison to the First Presbyterian in terms of circulation and the number of units, and then also the design to fit within the community? Would that be part of the RFI process?
I know that the folks at Firm Foundation have been doing that and have been designing specific to their site and integrating experiences of folks who are homeless or have been homeless in those designs. I think Pastor Jake is still here and he can probably speak more to the specifics of how those designs have been developed. Jake, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, we've learned iteratively on every single project. So the first Presbyterian Church of Hayward one was our first one. We were limited in that scope on what we could do because of the circulation needed for parking. Mm-hmm. At the South Hayward Parish site, it's more of a development of an open piece of land. So the concept design allowed us to create more open space, more community deck space, more landscape space, more kind of private garden space. Ultimately, the design factors are we want to create an incredibly beautiful living environment for our human connected family. So that's the goal. We've also made the units bigger, and we've learned kind of from our first design. So there's some technical things in there, but these units are, I think they're 250 square feet now compared to the ones were 185 at Castro Valley. And they still, just for everybody's information, have sink, shower, toilet, stovetop, microwave. They are not a pallet. They are not a shed. They are intended to be.
That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted. I understand the need, and I don't want to demean anything, but that's not what we as Firm Foundation are trying to create.
Okay. And then my last question is about partnership with HARD regarding weeks and programming that space, as we are seeing a lot of activity there, and maybe do some thought partnership on how to make that space for the residents as well, as our people who are seeking need from South Hayward Parish. I do think we need to take a look at what's happening in that community and for the residents. So wanted to see if that's possible.
Absolutely. And I think we are in a pretty constant process of doing what we can. I mean, the South Hayward Parish is very busy with its food pantry and is already case managing and ERAP and now shelter and resource centers that are opening. But our team is over there as much as they can, kind of connecting with people and doing their best work to really include in all of our resources and services the community that exists at Weeks Park.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly add to that the internal team of staff who meet on a biweekly basis to review encampments and responses to, we recently have invited a representative from HARD to that meeting so that we can be a bit more collaborative in our approach.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So the homes are going to be owned by, I'm talking about the scattered sites housing now, we've been talking mostly about the tiny homes here, right, at South Hayward Parish, but the scattered. First of all, buying houses in this market is we're hearing it's very tough. I'm glad I'm not trying to do that right now, but so the homes, but they'll be permanently, even they might not continue to be used for this particular use if, we house all the homeless people and are the people without housing are all housed in our community. And then they would be deed restricted to be affordable to, say, a family how does that work?
They're deed restricted for 55 years. And BACS's program model for this is to always house folks with this model. So it's permanent housing. Folks stay there for as long as they need to stay there. And then if someone identifies another housing opportunity, the plan would be for someone else from the Hayward area to move into that room. Does that answer your question?
I guess so. And yes, who is moving in? It's individuals, not families, not people
Correct.
with children.
It's like a shared housing model. So we're looking specifically at single adults who are chronically homeless. So a lot of folks who are on like fixed incomes have been homeless for a long time. That's who this model is for.
Would there be a requirement that some rent at a level they could afford be paid? for the house or for the, for the.
It's a deeply subsidized model. So they would pay a small amount of rent. Yeah.
And also responsibilities. I mean, homes need upkeep. They need, maintenance. They need housekeeping. Is a model where people are expected to share their, the household duties as required. And yes, okay, I'm seeing nods. Yes,
and it's also part of the capital, the budget to have an operating reserve for that type of maintenance and that type of thing. And also, Jonathan Russell from BACS is in attendance, and similarly to the Firm Foundation project, we can also allow him to add to it if I'm missing anything.
Okay, I mean, is it and those the houses, will they have 24/7, permanent? Yes, it was sure.
They don't, but I would, if we could promote Jonathan to provide kind of that synopsis of the service model, because he knows those nuances better than I do. He has his hand raised. I think he's being promoted now.
Okay.
I don't want to speak out of turn about the model.
Safety ambassadors. I liked that term, but will they have those as well? That was in reference to the tiny homes, I believe. Yes. Mr. Russell? Yes, go ahead.
Hey there. Thank you, Mayor Halliday. So the staffing model for the scattered type model is not site-based. So there's not, as in other places, there's not a handy little office at every one of the individual homes. But there is community-based staff that are providing regular services, residential services throughout the week, working in the homes, coordinating to connect people to other services, doing weekly house meetings and all those supports. So they're not site-based, but they are readily available and working with teams throughout the week. And just to speak specifically to the rent, all of these units as part of the deed restriction in our model is for everyone to be paying 30% of their income. So part of the operating subsidy is to contribute the difference to make the rent for people that, let's say, are on SSI, for example, and they're paying $300 of their income or less. Some of the operating subsidy goes towards supplementing their rent so that we can get a rent that's workable to continue to fund the model. So it's sustainable.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, having shared a house myself with housemates in my younger years, I know that situations arise. So there, it seems like there, what happens if somebody just doesn't work out in the house? Because that happens when you have shared houses. I can speak from personal experience.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think that's part of the really important work of shared housing or co-living is really in housemate matching. So we're very intentional in that process to make sure that sort of lifestyles and values and schedules align for people. So there's really that housemate choice in this. It's not just like, lucky you, here's your roommates, hope you get along. It's much more intentional. It's much more of a matching process. And similarly to many of us, I mean, I think when I think about how many people, those of us, especially in the Bay, that live in shared housing, it's the majority, it's the norm, certainly across cultures in and outside of the West. So I think it's really about really matching lifestyles and really making sure folks are working on mutual housemate agreements where everyone is informed and agreeing to kind of their roles and responsibilities with each other and in the home. And fortunately, with the stock that we have, we also have the ability to flex and transition people to more suitable arrangements if there's, other matches that are more preferable. So it's very much an interpersonal process, as you mentioned.
And then finally, the neighborhood itself. And, I'm sure that sure BACS as an organization would do a good job of working with the neighborhood. But, we have over the years, there have been complaints about what are called group homes, which I think this is a similar type of thing. Even when they're staffed, we've had, their complaints have come up and we're limited really in what we can do. So how do you handle those kinds of situations if they arise?
Yeah, it's a great question. So for context, we've been operating some of these homes for 20 plus years. Some for, I think, well longer since the late 70s. So we have a lot of experience in the neighborhood context. Some folks in some of our homes, actually, I believe in one of our homes in Livermore, which is another one of the partner cities here, some of the folks have lived there for over 20 years. So they are deeply embedded and connected to their community, their neighborhood, like anyone else. So I think for us, it's really about, one of the beauties of this model is that they're effectively invisible, right? This is not a program coming in. This is not a big site that's kind of, oh, there's the affordable housing over there. It's just a home with folks that live there. And so our intention is to really help them to integrate and live in the neighborhood as any other household who, they just happen to have moved in from prior to not living in a house, right? But they're neighbors like any other. So that's really our intention, but we certainly work and support and have accessible contact information for us with the community if there's need. And one thing I will say that I think is really beautiful and special about this model, and also disarming, right? To be a neighbor, to be in a home next to another home, is we've seen some really important examples of folks becoming just neighbors, right? And so if we get calls or contacts from neighbors in this situation, it's not because of an issue, it's because, hey, I saw Betty and it's, seemed like, there might be some difficulty, like just want to check in and make sure they're doing all right. So it's actually from a place of care. So that's really the model that we've seen really evolve in many of the neighborhoods in which we have these homes.
It's really heartening. And I think we have a community where that would be repeated here, that, people would be willing to help. So, okay, well, thank you. That's all the questions that I have, and I don't see any other hands raised. So now we will open public comment on this item. And I think my cat wants to make one, but I don't see any hands raised. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I believe we have one member, Ro Aguilar, has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's get her on. So, Ms. Aguilar.
Please go ahead.
You're muted. I can see that you're muted. Why are people having a difficulty unmuting? Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Well, I hung in there because, first of all, I want to applaud the city for successfully engaging in the home key funding process. I agree with the LHH strategy that it's smart to diversify models of homeless housing projects. And I maintain that the hotel-motel model is the best cost-effective long-term housing strategy. Of the staff's original 4 projects, I am most disappointed that the hotel conversion project with re-entry services was withdrawn due to a lack of capital funding required for building improvements on up to 6 Hayward sites. The Home Key Hotel strategy is the best for both transitional and, in some cases, permanent affordable homeless housing. This hotel option was dropped for lack of capital funds that I think are usually more readily available than operating funds. I don't get that. BACS has committed to providing services. 6 motel owners have offered to sell, and unlike the recommended 2 applications being submitted, hotels could house a diversity of people, even families. Looking forward to future proposals, if Hayward decides to apply for capital grants to build more tiny homes, the city must require that the sponsoring nonprofit assume the responsibility for the program's operating costs. The city should analyze the sustainability of financially supporting this type of limited program's operating cost, considering the total number of homeless in Hayward. In other words, is the tiny homes, if we're going to pay for operations, financially feasible? We are also learning that large dormitory-style shelters may no longer be a safe model for housing homeless, only as a last resort, especially if our pandemic becomes endemic. The motel-hotel strategy provides many benefits, including flexibility, safety, and cost effectiveness. I urge the city to continue to complete this proposal, this hotel proposal, through funds from other sources and or Home Key Round 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have next George Syrup.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I know you've all had a long meeting tonight. I just wanted to call in and say that I appreciate the efforts the city is putting forward to address the housing crisis that's taking place in our city. Just off the heel of the previous commenters, when we talk about sustainability and operational sustainability and financial sustainability for our city, I would like to see more discussion around community land trusts and engaging with and deepening our relationship with community land trusts as part of this conversation. And I just wanted to jump in to put that on your radar. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you for the comment. Okay, I don't see any other hands up among attendees. So unless there's anybody else that you're aware of, Madam City Clerk, who wants to speak right now?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware.
Okay, we'll close public comment and go back to council. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. I want to, of course, acknowledge our fierce chair of the Housing and Homelessness Task Force, and of course, my colleague, Councilmember Wahab. We've been on the committee since its inception, and I really have to, and I know the committee says this all the time to staff about, really going out there and figuring out some really substantive solutions to the housing issue in all of its corners, so to speak. It really coming to us with some really good, innovative, strategies, but mostly, and I know we've said this before, up here, is just how fast they are, how quick, that they are in their response. This is, this whole application process. I mean, I think 8 months, I think, was it almost, I was going to say 6 months, but it was, I want to say longer than 8 months, right? 2 months?
Yeah. It's a lot less than that. It's a very compressed timeline.
Yeah. Anyways, I remember. It was a very short period of time, and so just the agility and their quickness in their response, and so I just really wanted to acknowledge staff and all their work and just their incredible research to get these kinds of projects off the ground. So. With that said, I'd like to move staff's recommendation for the two programs outlined in the staff report.
Okay. Okay. Seconded, motion made by Councilmember Salinas and seconded by Councilmember Lamnin, who I believe is the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Task Force. And I'll just echo those comments of thanking all three of you, Councilmember Wahab, Councilmember Salinas, and you, Councilmember Lamnin, Mayor Pro Tem Lamnin now, for the work you have put into this as well. Yes, and staff is fantastic and has done a great job here, but go ahead. Go ahead. You seconded the motion, and would you like to speak to it?
I just have a couple quick comments, but I can defer to my colleague, Councilmember Wahab.
Oh,
no, that's fine. Go ahead. You seconded the motion.
Thank you. So I just wanted to very quickly add my deep appreciation to our city staff. Not only is there excellent work here, but I also have been hearing from the community about how great you all are to work with. And so just really wanted to say publicly how much I appreciate your work, your thoroughness, and your dedication to really moving the needle on the issue. in creative ways and bringing more resources to our city to make these things happen. I appreciate the comments from the community. Community land trusts are already part of the plan, so appreciate that. And I think cost effectiveness is absolutely something we're talking about, and I appreciate Ms. Aguilar bringing that up. I think, there's always trade-offs. The tiny homes bring in some rent, which helps to offset some of the operational costs. The hotel programs don't always do that, and they still need case management. And so there's lots to figure out about what's the biggest bang for the buck for the right population at the right time with the right funding stream, and what those limitations are. And I so appreciate staff being able to navigate all of that, and the community being engaged in that process and learning more along with all of us, and bringing your ideas to the table as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I also want to give kudos to the housing team. I know that we talk about it, some of these projects prior to it coming to the full council. You guys always answer our questions, always take at least the vibe of what we truly want, even if it's a previous 6 months ago meeting, you guys try to apply it to what you're looking at now. So I genuinely do appreciate you guys just understanding the spirit of where we're trying to come from. Specifically, me, if I'm trying to be, a little bit fiscally, conservative, I'm going to say, right? It's hard for me to actually say that. So I really do appreciate you guys always trying to find buckets of money that are available to us, but obviously you guys have to work for it. You guys have to apply for the grants, things like that. To the comments that were made, I fully agree. Yes, we would love to go for round 3. And of course, I'm sure that's already on our list of to-dos. But there are sometimes that we just, it doesn't work out no matter how much we want to. I know that we work on a lot of projects and spend a lot of time and a lot of years trying to push it through, and it just doesn't happen. Not because of us, but because some things don't pan out. I will also say that we are still working on the housing ordinance, and so that's a plus too. And for me, it's when we are taking homes off the market. And I know one of the considerations is also, even, for example, when the assessor has a bunch of homes that are available, making sure that that is available with us purchasing it first or getting first dibs, and then making sure that we responsibly give it back to our community to ensure that more Hayward residents can stay in Hayward, right? So I really do appreciate all the work that staff is doing, to my colleagues who sit on the Homeless and Housing Task Force, just the conversations we sometimes have, hashing it out, making hopefully the policy better, the project better, things like that. And I'm very much happy to support this as well. So again, thank you to the staff for doing all the deep dives and the digging that you guys do on everything that's happening.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up other than Councilmember Salinas. Did you have more to say, or just? So there's a button that you can press to unmute there. Yes, good. Thank you. Okay, so I don't see any other hands up. I'll just add that will support this motion too. I want to thank everybody involved, the staff, our Housing and Homelessness Task Force, and I appreciate the comments that were made. And this probably. Particularly, I think the scattered sites is probably, I don't know, maybe not the most cost effective, but, there are other ways of effectiveness. And I think living in a neighborhood, living in a community is something that for people who have not had a home for a while could be very much a part of their own development and moving forward, and so we need different models for different people, and we need the hotels too. But I also appreciate the creativity here. So with that, and if there are no other comments, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This was motion by Councilmember Salinas.
Yes. Councilmember Salinas, seconded by Councilmember Lamnin.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes. And the motion carries with 7 aye votes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, moving on to.
Ms. Lobodon has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say very quickly, I'll keep it so brief. I just wanted, in addition to Amy, I wanted to thank Assistant Manager Ott, as well as the Housing Manager, Christina Morales, and Community Services Manager, Monica Davis. Their thought partnership has been so instrumental in these projects, as well as our development partners who we've been working with so closely. So thanks, everybody. I just wanted to give some recognition as well.
Great, thank you. Yes. It takes a team, right? And we have a good one. Thank you all. And including, as you said, our community partners, who I always continue to be very impressed by. So, okay, now we will move on to item number 11, which is an informational item regarding the Marin Municipal Water District's proposal to transmit purchased water through the City of Hayward's transmission mains and the regional water system intertie as a drought relief measure. And who will we be hearing from?
No, this is an informational item. So this is, if the council wants to hear a full presentation on it, we would schedule it at a future agenda item. Otherwise, it's simply for your information. And
right. Okay. And I'm not seeing any hands going up that anybody wants to ask any questions or hear more information. So, okay. And if the public, the report is available as part of our packet if you want to read it. But all right. So then with that, we'll move on to council reports and announcements. It is late, isn't it? Really? None, huh? Okay. We will then go ahead and adjourn this meeting. And as this is the last regular meeting of the month, I realize we will be meeting again on this coming Saturday, and our all-day meeting on the, our strategic roadmap. But in the meantime, we're going to be adjourning this evening. This is the last meeting of the month, and so we will be adjourning in memory of some people who have sadly passed away since last month when we last did this. And so I'll just bear with me, but this was a rough month. And 2 of the people that we lost this month are former city employees. The first, Marilyn Baker Matson, who was our library director from 1985 through 2004. She implemented something back then, more than 20 years ago, probably, Celebrating Cultures and Harmony program, which became a national model. She added the literacy program that we are very proud of in the city to our programs, and also was largely responsible for the campaign that led to money being raised to expand the Weeks Branch Library. She did retire from the city in 2004, but she has continued to serve this community as a member of the board of the Eden Youth and Family Center, the Hayward Literacy Plus Council. She had been very, very active in both the Volunteer Dinner Committee, which is the annual volunteer recognition and awards dinner, and the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee, which sadly this year was not able to put its program on as had been planned at Chabot College, but due to COVID, it had to be postponed. But in any event, Marilyn has been just a really contributing member of this community in many ways, and we will miss her. And then the other city employee, and I'll say that our thoughts are with her husband, Carl Baker Matson, who also was a former city employee until his retirement. And we also had lost Gerald Allen Mosher, who served the city as in management and human resources. And also he attended the old Hayward High, and I think was just a really contributing member of our community as well as to the city government. And his wife, Maryland also as a city employee and has come back in more since retirement as a consultant. So our thoughts are with, with them, with Gerald Mosher's family. And then I do want to mention Paul McCrary, the former general manager of the Hayward Area Recreation District, who was in that job from, I believe, 2016 through 2020 when he retired, I believe, due to his illness. And I know that things he accomplished included the passing the measure that led to a lot of money being invested in our parks. And also the Mia's Dream Come True All Abilities Park. And in fact, the last time I saw him, he had come from where he had retired to Chico, where actually he is also very active, even though I know he was ill. And he was a trustee and he became in his last year a trustee for the California Foundation for Parks and Recreation. But I know I and probably some of the rest of you last saw him at the ribbon cutting sometime last fall for the Mia's Dream Come True Park. And finally, Richard Hardwick, who also passed away recently and had been a contributor to this community as a volunteer and for St. Rose Hospital Foundation and as president of the foundation board. He also was very generous and had a passion for helping less fortunate folks and supported South Hayward Parish, an organization we've just been talking about, the Alameda County Food Bank, and other organizations in the area. And this is a very interesting thing that I didn't know, but he collected coin. He liked to go out in the morning and collect coins off the street. And supposedly last year, he found over $400 worth of coins on the street, which he promptly donated to the Patient Assistance Fund at St. Rose Hospital. So in memory of Marilyn Baker Matson, Gerald Mosher, Paul McCrary, and Richard Hardwick. And I'll ask staff to work with their families to plant a tree somewhere in the city. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.